Hey y'all.
Hey, Nobles.
Okay, enough of that.
Hi all. Hi Ozzy, do we have a quorum?
Not yet. We're 25. 2026. We can sing in the meantime.
You start off, I'll join.
Good, a duet.
Yes, I'm glad you're
Neon's
recording
duet
this.
is really not successful.
I can sing in Hebrew,
I'm sure it's beautiful too, OC.
and you guys will probably be able to follow.
I know Curtis can keep a dope rhythm.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a quorum now. Eli, we have quorum.
Right, cool. Thank you, each and every one of you, for being here tonight. It's an extremely important date. This is a day that we all have to celebrate our lives and the fact that we're healthy. Each and every one of you, just thank you. What you guys are doing at the committee level is extremely. We all need to be proud of ourselves. I just like to say that. So just calling the meeting to order. It's already 6. Like I think I already said that it's 6:35. Just get the meeting going and say, can I have a motion to adopt February 23rd agenda?
Motion.
Anyone opposes? Anyone abstain?
It needs a second.
A second.
Who's second? I'm sorry.
Miriam James.
Miriam James.
Adoption agenda adopted. Now we're going to move forward to the minutes for January 2021. If you can please mute yourself, that'll be extremely helpful. Can I get a motion to adopt January 2021 minutes?
Motion.
I'm just curious. I'm looking at the agenda now. I see that the tracking resolution has been added, but the armory resolution has been removed on the agenda.
Okay, Ariel is gonna get around to that when it's his turn to make the presentations. So
So it was it's been tabled without even having a discussion.
I have to go through the procedures of getting the agenda, the minutes are approved for last.
Well, my issue would be I would be objecting to the agenda if a resolution was voted on the committee level.
Okay, so that's one
and it's
objection.
not on the agenda.
All right, so that's one objection. So
Yes.
I guess for agenda passes. The minutes for January 2021.
Is that how that works, Jim? So there's one objection.
I'm gonna have Aisha. I'm gonna have to kind of like move forward. If anyone opposes, if the majority.
I oppose as well.
Okay.
I think if we
Right,
should
so that's
vote
two.
on
There's
that.
no
so that's two.
discussion.
So
Why
that's
don't we
two,
just take a
all right?
vote on how many people
That's
are in
it.
favor and how many people oppose, and that will solve that. But
Majority to
you
move.
can't discuss your vote.
All right. So moving forward, January 2021 minutes, and I get a motion to approve.
Motion.
Isidro, who seconds it?
Second.
Daryl. Anyone abstains? Anyone opposes?
Oppose.
Minutes passed.
I'm sorry, how did we move forward on the agenda issue with a resolution that was voted on the committee level being removed from the agenda?
When we're gonna have time for that when Ariel makes the presentation.
We need a roll call vote, is what Jim just said.
We don't necessarily need a roll call vote. We can also find out who is opposed and assume everyone else is in favor.
I think people would need to understand the issue before they.
Let me just get the meeting going. There will be times
I'm gonna
provided in the
abstain.
agenda for everyone to voice their opinions and for everyone to adhere to this program and to the rules is what's important in here. So I'm going to start with my report. Just very quick. We just got a letter from collaboration that we're going to be working with with CB9, CB10, and the Office of Assemblyman Robert Rodriguez. They're starting an initiative that will bring funding to the restaurants in our area. CB11, the Business Development Committee, has already passed a resolution approving this initiative. So my assumption is Isidro and and Domingo that we're gonna start considering that initiative. Look into it. I'm gonna put you guys in contact with Robert Rodriguez's office so that we can also show the same kind of support. In addition to that, we have received this appreciation thank you card. I'm now probably gonna send you the digital copy from the census of 2020, and it reads, the U.S. Census Bureau hereby recognizes Community Board 12 Manhattan as an invaluable member of the 2020 Census Community Partnership and Engagement Program. We appreciate your efforts you made in making the partnership program a success and helping achieve a successful 2020. So kudos to all of you guys who took their time and energy to make sure that the 2020 census was an extreme success in our community. Thank you once again. On Monday, 2/15 at 3 p.m., we were part of the Uptown Solidarity event. It was attended by both Curtis, our Curtis Young, our public safety chair, and Liz Ritter for our Parks Committee, our chair, in which all elected officials participated, and it was an extremely good gathering in which we acknowledge the issues of mental health in our community. We spoke about how one of the two biggest situations that involved mental health in our community, the issue that the John Sign Divine Church and the subway the A train situation, that the guy that killed the two people were both of Latino descent. So that shows that we have to make a very push so that mental health is integrated into some of our ask, and that we continue to push mental health as something that has to be taken serious. And I know Steve has been extremely forceful to get our beds back from the NYP and the hospital in 218th. That's all we have in the entire community. So we need more of that. My last note is the public library and cloth presentation. Was well attended. Could have been better if it would have been Spanish translated. And I'm just gonna leave the rest to our chair of land use, Wayne Benjamin, to disclose it and go at depth about what was discussed. And with that, I end my report, and I'm gonna move forward to Ebenezer Smith, our district manager's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Always is a pleasure being here as your district manager, giving my report. Good evening, everyone. My report very brief. You may recall that in November 2020, I reported that the Controller's Office was giving Community Board 12 an audit on our website.
Excuse me.
And also, yes.
Excuse me, Ebenezer, right quick.
Yes.
I made a promise to Liz that she was gonna make an announcement on the COVID vaccine. And I'm so sorry to cut you off, but this is very important.
No worries. Thank you very much. I just wanted to announce that the vaccination facility at the Armory that the hospital is running is now giving vaccines for people under 65 who qualify by virtue of one of the long list of underlying comorbidities. And while you do have to have an appointment, they do not take walk-ins. They do take walk-ins for scheduling. So what that means is an hour and a half ago, I walked into the Armory and scheduled myself for a vaccine appointment tomorrow morning. They have lots of vaccine. They have lots of availability. So if you know anybody who lives in our surrounding zip codes and is either over 65 or has an underlying comorbidity and is under 65, they can walk into the Armory and schedule an appointment for a vaccine soon. And then when you get the vaccine, while you're waiting for the 15 minutes to make sure you have no symptoms, they will schedule you for your 3 or 4 week follow-up, depending on what kind of vaccine they're giving. Right now they're giving Pfizer, so it's a 3 week follow-up.
Thank you, Liz.
You bet.
Thank you. This
Can we ask questions or no?
is
Why don't you text me
yeah.
if you've got questions?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that offline. Ebenezer, if you want to go on, and I'm sorry to cut you off again.
Okay, very quickly, you may recall that I reported in November about the Controller's Office conducting an audit on our website to verify that we have every minute there, and our website comply with the standard that they have, so having all the minutes and having been translated, and also be able to enlarge the fonts, et cetera, to be in compliance. So I sent back then all the requested information. I thought that we were up to there. And last Friday, I received an email saying that a few items are missing in minutes. Several minutes are missing, and they sent me a particular list. I haven't had the chance to go over that list with the new request because Friday afternoon and until now I have been preparing for this meeting, and whatever they send required a lot of attention. But I will go back to that request tomorrow morning and see exactly what is missing. Is some committee meetings is missing that is not there. We're going to look if we have it in the office. We're going to upload it. If it's not in our jurisdiction, in our server, then I will ask the committee chair to send it to us. I was contacted by the Josephine Herrick project yesterday, and they sent us an email asking us our help to connect them with our local CBOs and let them know that they have a program, a free program teaching photography, free photography classes for seniors, for veterans, and youth. Ms. Yolanda Rodriguez called me. We have a nice conversation yesterday. I believe that she is in the meeting this evening. And when the publication comes, she will speak and she will give us more detail. But this is a great program and it's for free for, special sectors in our community. The March 2021 calendar, we send it with all the updates that you guys gave us during the executive committee meetings. Please, committee chairs, review the calendar, review the agenda, and let me know if the date and the time and the agenda items that we publish in this calendar is correct and is accepted by you, because we're going to be sending this calendar out to the public at large tomorrow afternoon or maybe Thursday afternoon. So thank you very much. This is the end of my report. God bless you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Do we have any elected officials on the attendees list or part of the panels? Are they here yet? Is Natalie here?
Yeah, Natalie's here.
So
Elected officials or elected officials?
Elected officials reps.
Okay. Well, I'm here too, but.
Okay. You want to get started? No order in particular. You want to start, Marianne?
I need a second. I'll go second.
Okay, you'll go second. Anyone else?
Hi, this is Erica from Assemblyman Al Taylor's office.
Great.
Good evening, everyone.
Hi, you want to be the first one, Erica? Give us the honor.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll break the ice. So thank you for having me, everyone. I will be very brief. First, I wanted to thank everyone who was able to come into our Black History Celebration event this last Friday, and also our Dominican Heritage event, which was last Tuesday. It was a wonderful time just to, celebrate different members of the community that have been doing such a wonderful job, pre-COVID and also during the pandemic. So the Assemblyman thanks everyone for their hard work, and CB12 members, thank you so much for your hard work as well. I know that you might not get that very often, but we really appreciate you all. I also wanted to talk to you all about COVID-19 vaccines. Thank you, Liz, for letting us know about the armory. Our office has been actually working with Columbia Presbyterian to schedule appointments for people who are 65 and older and weren't able to do that on their own. So I'm very happy to hear that now people are going to be able to go in and make
Te voy a
appointments.
poner los minutos en la cosa.
Hello? Oh. And we're going to continue doing so if anyone needs any help. And the assemblyman continues, working in Albany with his colleagues. And that's basically it. That's the gist of everything. Oh, and we have weekly COVID-19 meetings where Padmore John from CB12, and also he's part of the New York City Health and Hospitals Trace Corps. He usually gives us updates on what's going on in terms of numbers in the 71st district. Steve Simon usually, hops on board. Thank you, Steve, for representing CB12. We have other, CB10, CB9, and other elected official offices that are also part of that meeting, along with other offices and CBOs. And basically in the last meeting, FEMA was there. We had FEMA representatives, and we told them the importance of not only having more vaccinations for our area, but also more sites where testing, where the vaccines could be administered, not only in the armory, but we need other sites, big sites for our constituents. So we really emphasize that point to FEMA officials. They're going to really look into it, and they said that they'll get back to us in terms of trying to see how they could help with that in our area, and because they're trying to open up another site in Manhattan. They're opening one up in Queens and Brooklyn, and we really were trying to emphasize that they do it uptown in Manhattan. So that's about it. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Erica. Great timing. Mariel? Mariel?
Who's timing?
Hi, everyone. Oh, sorry. Oh, okay. Hi, everyone. This is Mariel de la Cruz, the Uptown representative for New York City Comptroller Scott Stringer. Just wanted to say a few quick things. One thing I wanted to mention is that our office hosts a summer internship program that is paid for folks that are young or more mature, for undergrad and graduate students. And Paola has been doing a great job at sending them out, but I will send another reminder. The due date for the application is March 5th. So I would love young or more mature folks from Community Board 12 to apply for this paid college internship. Also, I wanted to add, I was at the meeting for the ELISA, I believe it's called, with the library. Yeah, the ELISA, and I was also concerned that there was no translation offered, because I know that that has been an issue of getting people's voices heard within the community that may not speak English, even though have a high interest in that development or what happens to that development. And then also, I just wanted to quickly mention that the comptroller released a public safety blueprint. Some of the things that we include, and it's fairly long as to why I want to make sure that I get the main ideas. One is to take a multi-agency public health focused approach to community safety and transitioning responsibilities away from the NYPD, investing in alternative responses and services. So we know that sometimes there might be negative interactions with people that may have mental health concerns or other concerns and the police. So we want to make sure that there are appropriate professionals, because I know some police officers have said to me, I'm not a mental health professional. We're kind of thrown into situations that we may not want to be a part of because we're all that they have. So we want to make sure that there is a broader array of resources and connection with people that may have that need. Also, address the spike in crime with proactive strategies and community partnerships. So we know that a lot of community services that involve youth especially are not well funded. So we wanted to make sure that when there is a shift or continue to be a shift away from the NYPD to services that are needed within the community. And I would say there's a lot more of them, but another important one would be to improve discipline, transparency, and civilian oversight of the NYPD. So again, I know that there is concern about the misconduct of some officers, which can translate overall to the system. But that is pretty much it. Again, if folks have any questions for me, I know that there are a lot of community meetings, and if I don't know about them, it will be very hard for me to attend them. So I know you all have my contact. And Miss Sarah, feel free to share your contact with me because I was needing that. And Miss Olsey, give me a call when you want to. Thank you so much for having me here today. Thank you for all of the work that you do. And have a great night. And I'll be on the meeting. I'll just probably be off camera because I'm hungry.
Marielle, I will call you. I had a
Go ahead.
question, Ebenezer, for the first speaker.
For Erica?
Yes,
Yeah, before I move on to, I guess it's Chris Nichols.
but it's relevant to all elected officials. I know that Selmos did a pop-up at the Marble Hill houses, and we would appreciate also pop-up vaccination sites in our location. So like at the Dykeman houses, it's not something, theirs lasted 3 days, I think, but that's a quick way to get to people. And it's a lot less complex, I think, than setting up a permanent vaccination site.
Eliasar, I can speak to that briefly if it's helpful.
Is this about your report or you want to respond to that?
I can answer Sally's question if it's helpful.
Or you want to kind of like integrate it and just move along with the report? Answer
I can't include it in my time, but I can definitely answer the question.
Okay, yeah, sure. So,
okay.
Go ahead.
So Sally, that's arranged by the governor with Somos for the NYCHA clinics that you're referring to. Those are specifically for NYCHA residents. I don't know if that's clear to the outside world that only NYCHA residents are eligible to receive vaccinations at those clinics, and that's why they're so short, and that's why they're not as widely publicized outside the NYCHA developments as they otherwise could be. They did one last Saturday for Fort Washington Rehab, and they're going to do others for the rest of the developments in the Senator's District and around the city in the next month or so, but they're closed to non-NYCHA residents. Just
yeah,
so that
I understood that. I just hope that they can.
Yeah, we're going to hit every development in the district for sure.
Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, of course. So I'll try to be brief with my report.
Let me at least do the presentation, Chris.
Say
From
what?
State Senator Robert Jackson's Deputy Chief of Staff, my good friend Chris Nichols.
Hi there, folks. Thank you, Ellie. So a couple things, local issues. Rent relief program applications wrapped up on February 1st. We submitted several dozen for constituents within CB12. We're continuing to reach out to seniors by phone to do wellness checks to make sure that they're staying safe and healthy and to provide resources if they're struggling. We have 22,000 seniors whose phone numbers we have. We've done about 4,000 so far, but we welcome volunteers who want to join in. Also, I'll give you the email, the web address now to write down and maybe put in the minutes. It's wellnesscalls.senatorjackson.com. It's super easy to remember, easy to sign up, easy to make these calls. 30 minutes, you can knock out, 10 to 20, depending on how many folks you get live. It's a great way to help out in our community. We also have over 60 students and 60 tutors working together in our pilot tutoring program. And I can send around the information if you're interested in helping out with that, or if you have kids in your life who would benefit from a tutoring relationship right now. We also continue to work with New York Presbyterian, as Erica said, to get people signed up for vaccines. My understanding is that eligibility that Liz mentioned earlier is now also expanded to our offices. So if you have people who have tried to get appointments through NYP directly and through their PCP, and they've not been able to do so, feel free to get in touch with us. On the policy side, we continue to fight for budget justice, and the senator carries the personal income tax that would raise between $12 and $18 billion a year. We also passed 2 bills of the senators earlier in February to help out with underrepresented educators by forming conventions where they can network with one another, and also to jumpstart the commission that's responsible for curriculum on chattel slavery in New York State. The Assemblyman carried that bill in the Assembly. And the last thing is that yesterday, we passed a package of nursing home related bills. The senator signed on to the statement in furtherance of the movement to revoke the governor's special emergency powers over the handling of the nursing home data and the withholding of that information from the co-equal branch of the legislature. And this package addresses some of the gaps that led to that withholding of information, and it also addresses other safety issues concerning nursing homes. We still need to make sure that they get full funding. Because all of these measures for transparency and accountability aren't going to mean anything if our excellent, high quality, nonprofit nursing homes have to close their doors because we slash Medicare budgets. So that's going to be an important fight for everybody in CB12 to keep their eye on. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Chris. Always appreciated.
A quick thing, Chris, would you mind putting the websites in the Q&A? So
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you again. Manuel from Council.
Yes. Hi. Thank you very much, sir. My name again is Manuel Beliar from the Office of Councilmember Mark Levine. Two quick things I just wanted to put on your radar because I do believe the councilman will be on the meeting at about 8. We have our monthly food pantry this Thursday from 10 to noon. If you know of anybody who is suffering from food insecurity, please send them to our office, which is located at 500 West 141st Street. And we will be having COVID testing on March 11th and on the 25th from 9:30 to 5:30 at our district office at 500 West 141st Street. And that's it. I hope everybody had a very reflective Black History Month and Dominican Heritage Month. Thank you.
Thank you, Manny. My regards to Mark. Haven't seen him in a while. Deb, are you doing the report on behalf of Congressman Espaillat?
Yes, I would love to. Thank you, Eli. I'm sorry, and I didn't know that I would be doing it, but I just wanted to jump in since we're doing it on the front end, and it looks like Lori is not here right now. So forgive me if this is not as organized as I might otherwise like to do it. The congressman continues to be I don't know, just super busy. I thought maybe with the beginning of a new Congress, maybe you get up to breathe a little, but that's quite the opposite is the case. So with the beginning of the 117th Congress, the congressman has been appointed by Speaker Pelosi to the Appropriations Committee, and that's been an interesting thing to watch from the district offices as the legislative effort shifts to the supporting the congressman work on the Appropriations Committee, which is a very different thing than when you're in other types of committees, since appropriations is in charge of like actually appropriating the money. And then he also got a waiver, even though appropriations is an exclusive committee, he got a waiver to be on education and labor. So it's a big switch of committee membership as compared to the last term. When he was on foreign affairs and small business and transportation and infrastructure. But he continues to be very active with the Small Business Administration and the small business assistance programs. He's still quite concerned that, you know, these massive assistance packages reach the true small businesses that make up the New York 13th. He continues to push on a number of other priorities that one would hope there's better opportunity in the current environment, such as abolition of death penalty and much more. And I would say, just to echo what every elected office is spending time on, I know, and we've already heard a lot about, but we kind of pulled off in the district office, we pointed ourselves towards vaccines for the many people who didn't have good internet access and were finding great difficulty securing appointments by phone. Now that's quickly changing. You know, the supply issue is getting dramatically better. And this week, I think it's going to look substantially better. That comes off last Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, when there were vaccine deliveries didn't arrive because of the snowstorms elsewhere in the country. So there was a little bit of a down 72 hours just as we're about to hit expanded supply. And one thing that we heard from an update with the New York City Department of Health and Test and Trace yesterday, which I'm sure many of the other elected representatives were on as well, is that to remember that supply solves a lot of problems that we're seeing. So Sally referenced, you know, people who are more homebound and kind of could really use the vaccine to come to them. Test and Trace, like New York State initiatives that Chris was talking about. They're doing some pilot stuff of going to different locations as well, and they hope to scale that over time. So lots of good news, I think, you know, cautiously optimistic there. Thanks, Eli.
Sorry about that. Orlando Ovalles from Assemblywoman Carmen de la Rosa. You're next.
Hello all. Orlando from the Office of Assembly Member Carmen de la Rosa. The Assembly member is currently in Albany, and she sends her regards to the Executive Board and all the members of the board. The Assembly member has been working on, with advocates on legislation and things that she could move forward. Just to give you a briefing of how our month what our month looks like so far. The Assembly member actually had a panel with Councilmember Mark Levine and Dr. Usha Blackstock to talk about the inequities and inequalities in the COVID vaccination rollout. And recently, a couple of weeks ago, we went to Fishkill Correctional Facility to pretty much see the conditions on the premises and to talk to people that are incarcerated, to see what the conditions are like, what are some of the other inequities that exist with people that are incarcerated, and see ways that we could push the elder pro legislation that she's sponsoring. And we went there with a coalition of other elected officials. So we went with Senator Salazar and with Assemblymember Dan Quart. And the Assembly member is looking forward to write an op-ed about her experience, because there's a lot of opportunities for legislation there. Also, she voted in the affirmative in the there's an environmental legislation that passed in the Assembly early February. So it's about it amends the New York State Constitution to include clean water and clean air in the Bill of Rights. So the Assembly members are firm believer that environmental rights are human rights, and she's always concerned and working for environmental justice. Also, she voted in the affirmative in the package of legislation that calls for safe elections, that will reduce the required petition, the signature requirement on petitions and other bills that are along that package that would allow for, it removed the opportunity to file option for the June 2021 election, and it authorizes party designation to occur via video conference. And she also took the initiative to do a visual on behalf of, to be in solidarity of the lives that were lost in the train station in 207, and also the attacks on the people that were experiencing homelessness in 181st. So that was a very community driven event that we did with under sponsorship of Community Board 12, specifically the Public Safety Committee. Shout out to Liz that was there, and also Curtis and the chair Assembly and the chair Eli that was there as well, and elected officials Senator Jackson, Mark Levine, Congressmember Espaillat, and other elected officials that were there, including Assemblymember Taylor. And
thank you, Orlando.
And that's it. My time is up.
Yes, just like everyone
I'm so
else.
sorry.
3 minutes.
Sorry. All right, I apologize.
No problem. We should have a screen with the time. We should have gotten all fancy, but we're not quite there yet. But we will. Do we have anyone else from any of our elected officials' office? Am I missing anybody? Am I not? Good. So we're moving on to public session. I'd like to give the rules of engagement. Is as everyone knows, that maximum is 20 folks, 20 community residents, 2 minutes each. We're gonna make a quick exception of a 3-minute presentation from New York City School account, who will have a presentation in the aging and youth, not the aging, but the youth committee next month. But they wanted to kind of like get going first, and just gonna come in and do a quick presentation today for a few minutes. I don't have the list, so Catherine, if you could tell us the names from the Q&A that you took in the order, please.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for the patience as well. So first up, we have Miriam James. Jonathan, if you can help me with the muting and unmuting of folks. If you do have technical issues, we will call your name twice and move on to the next person. And please, in the Q&A, just write that, your issue's resolved, and we'll come back to you as we can. So Miriam James.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to say, as a resident of the Dykeman houses, we've always felt that we weren't included in a lot of things with the community board. But since I have become a member of the community board, Eli has reached out and helped us tremendously. He helped us tremendously from like the start of the pandemic, getting food. He comes to our special events. He helped us with anything that we needed. And he's just been a tremendous impact on us, helping us. And I'd also like to thank Faye, my committee chair, for giving me wellness checks, because I had a lot of things going on during the pandemic. That's it. Thank you.
I'm sorry, are you speaking from an organization?
Dykeman Resident Association.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Catherine, next.
All right. Thank you. So we have, let me see if I can find her name. Sorry. Sadie Adams.
Just if you could text Jonathan at least the next 3 or next 5, so that they get promoted and we don't have to kill that time in between. Is that person promoted? Can you unmute yourself if you have?
Yes, can you hear me?
There you go. Great. I'm gonna start the clock.
Okay. First and foremost, thank you for giving me your time and open ears. I'm Growth and Development Services Community Liaison and Program Coordinator. People in our community are hurting. They feel trapped. I read about this daily, as I'm sure you all do. I experience this myself, and some of the incredible youth advocates I mentor feel this way. Our mental health services are imperative, and it's life or death at this point. I've lost one of my best friends to suicide, and suicide rates are increasing across the nation. Everyone is struggling, no matter your race, class, or identity. But for those like people in our community who do not have access to resources, the risk is enormous. Even before the pandemic, the inequalities were already unacceptable, and it is egregious that nothing has been done thus far to secure GDS's programs. We have a holistic approach. We consider intersectionality when working with the youth and their families. We can't have enough of these programs. Mental health is one aspect, but education is another. Even before this pandemic, low-income youth were not getting the assistance they needed. Teachers were underpaid and understaffed. Now, add in a pandemic where people are learning online. We don't even fully know the effects of staring at a screen because the epidemiological funding is not there, because technology brings profit. Just like what's happening at the Armory, the concern is profit. When are we going to put our youth first? I just saw released data that shows that those hit hardest in cases and death are the least vaccinated. These trends are true across access to mental health, college readiness resources, leadership development, healthy food, and overall safe living conditions. Those who are hit the hardest have the least access. This is why we will continue to fight. It's not about us. It's about the people who feel trapped, who feel unheard. We can't go on like this. So I'm asking you with every fiber of my being, please find it in your hearts to approve this resolution so that it can act, so that something can actually be done. And more importantly, so that targeting of any organization providing free services to a community that needs it is not kicked out just for trying to ensure that a public-owned building is actually used to help the people most in need.
Thank you, Sadie. It's nice meeting you. At least couldn't get to see.
Catherine, I recommend that you call 3 names so that people will know that they will be next, and that will proceed much faster. Thank you.
I sent folks their number as well, so if they they can recall their number, that'd be great. So our third speaker is Stephanie, who's presenting via video. And it is 1.5 minutes. So I will share it from my screen now. Just need a second.
Catherine, keep the time because they're not going to be able to see my chronometer.
Okay, I hope people can see that.
My name is Stephanie Rivera. I am a youth advocate intern at Growth and Development Service. I'm a sophomore in college majoring in human service. I started GDS over the summer in the Leaders for Change program. Over the summer, this program provided me the opportunity to learn to advocate for myself. I had the privilege to meet people who understand me as a youth. I was able to connect with peers, learn about wellnessness, and share my own wellnessness journey. As a person who lives in Washington High, I know my community needs a community center where youth can come and actually have a place to express themselves. GDS is an organization that has helped me develop who I am as a person. Right now in Washington Heights, the Armory is open, but not open for us. GDS having a space back can help you from being on the streets and can motivate youth to socialize with others who understand them, especially in the pandemic where so many people are struggling in mental health, and leadership development is so important because people are lacking a supportive program that can benefit them. The community is not aware of the fact that this building is supposed to be a community center. We need these services now more than ever. I have noticed a bunch of youth in my community sometimes want space from their struggles at home, but they don't have a place to go. If we had GDS open, it can be different. It could and will be better. We are asking you to vote to approve this resolution because we need more community programs for all youth, not just for wealthy people. We need our space back.
Thank
All
you,
right.
Kathleen. Yeah,
Thank you.
Very good.
So the next three is Dr. Gary Altheim of GDS, followed by Boo and Boo Buafo and Victor Santos. So first up is Gary.
Is she promoted yet?
What is the name?
There I go. Testing, testing. Can you
There
hear
you
me?
go. Yes.
We can hear.
Thank you. I will be reading Steve Furman's presentation, a GDS alumni and youth advocate who presented at CB12 public session on February 26, 2019. Dear Community Board 12, Growth and Development Services, GDS, offers much needed programs to the youth of Washington Heights by opening their arms to welcome those in need, by opening their mouths to speak words of comfort and of wisdom, and by opening the hearts. GDS has helped guide the youth to find their direction and reach their potential. I believe GDS helps the youth do exactly what the name implies, to grow as people, to develop their self-image, and to go on to serve their community. Surveys from the Excel program show that each and every one of the participants, 100% of them, reported stronger peer support, increased self-confidence, improved communication skills, better understanding of what advocacy is and self-advocacy is. When our youth are empowered in their own selves and empowered to go forth to help improve their lives of those around them and their community at large, we are able to create a better foundation for our society. If there were more mental health programs like GDS, there would be less crime, lower dropout rates, less drug use, and we would see more of our youth striving to succeed in areas that are beneficial to their lives and the longevity and infrastructure of our community at large. I believe CB12, the city, and all public officials should be supporting these programs, not dismantling them. GDS's mental health, leadership development, youth advocacy, education, job college readiness, and intergenerational programs empower all age groups. As GDS attorney Seth Perlman said, if you force GDS to leave its space in the Armory, you will deprive the community of a vital resource, one which has supported Upper Manhattan and South Bronx since 1996. We urge you to reconsider. Vote yes to reinstate GDS in their original location at the New York City Fort Washington Armory and for oversight of the city building that was meant to be a community center.
Thank you. Next up is Boo.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you so much for providing this meeting and this platform. My name is Boo Buafo, and I am a health and wellness advocate, a holistic health and wellness advocate with GDS. And I came to GDS, I've worked with the program for going on 4 years now. And I initially came to them through another nonprofit 501c3 through Urban Yoga Foundation. And I work with GDS through my own company as a volunteer to support the youth advocates, because the youth of today are our future leaders for tomorrow. We have to pay attention. Earlier in the meeting, you were talking about the mental health of the 2 killings that happened on the train, and that they happened due to mental health issues. GDS is here to, as a preventative measure, to support the youth today in these underserved areas. And mental health is a serious issue. And as on our summer program and an ongoing program, we support the youth to find their voice in a positive way. And it's just absurd to me that the Armory exists and it's not open to the youth in the community. And I really urge you to vote yes on the community board, on the resolution that was presented to you on February 4th. There's no argument that has been presented to remove the GDS from the Armory, other than they choose to use their voice. And for that, they are being penalized. And it makes no sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine?
Yes, next up is Victor Jonathan.
Hello, everyone. My name is Victor Santos. I am from Masushi. We wanted to clarify some things since there was an article published in a local newspaper that raised some concerns among residents, but it includes a lot of misinformation since it was published on around the 19th of this month, stating our license is suspended when it's actually not. On Thursday, February 4th, we were inspected by the State Liquor Authority. After that inspection, we were under the impression everything was fine based on the conversations with the inspector. On Friday, February 5th, we were advised that our license was suspended. As it was a Friday late afternoon, we weren't able to do anything until Monday morning. After numerous conversations between our attorneys and the State Liquor Authorities, it was deemed that the suspension was not warranted due to the violation at hand, since the violation was for a fully enclosed structure and the structure was actually opened at the ends at 3/4. I did mention this in the licensing committee, that we did have an issue with the outdoor structure and that it was resolved. The NYPD, the 34th precinct, was also aware of the situation and they did not have any opposition to the renewal. At the time of the licensing committee meeting, our license was already active. I am here to answer any questions that anyone may have. Susanna was not available today since she is out of the country attending a family emergency. But as some of you may know, she is very active in the community. She's a great operator, always at her restaurants, making sure all regulations are followed accordingly. And yeah, I'm here to answer any questions anybody might have. Thank you.
Will you be here for the balance of the meeting?
Yes, I'll stay here for the rest of the meeting.
Okay, we can ask questions then during the discussion of the license.
Okay.
No problem.
All right. Next, Catherine.
Next up is Philip Zablocki.
Hi, testing 1 2 1 2. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, great. Thank you. Okay. Hi, hello, everyone. My name is Phil Zablocki of Advocates for Equality and Integrity. Back in late 2014, I was called upon by several community members to investigate allegations preventing community use of the Fort Washington Armory. A team of several dedicated community members was formed, and we made it our protocol to use a fact-based approach. Over the past 6+ years, we have filed over 30 Freedom of Information Act requests where we obtained legal documents regarding policies and protocols, confirmed who owns the Fort Washington Armory, researched its history, sought assistance from Manhattan Community Board 12 and several elected officials, and obtained or attempted to obtain feedback from the parties involved. This investigation was a very difficult process as we had to become the investigators. Tonight, this community board was supposed to be voting on a resolution in support of greater oversight of publicly owned multi-purpose community facilities at the New York City Fort Washington Armory. I very strongly object to this very important resolution being removed from the agenda. I speak here tonight on behalf of our investigation team to explain to our community board, and especially the members who may not know the Armory's history, that when it comes to this resolution, It is the culmination of the hard work of the Housing and Human Services Committee and the community through 6+ years of facts through research and investigation. You have an opportunity here to make a major positive change for our community. I implore you to move forward with this resolution. Lastly, I give a friendly reminder that since you have community board members who are affiliated with the entities mentioned in this resolution, please ensure your conflict of interest policy is upheld when it comes to discussion and voting. Thank you and have a good day.
All right, sorry about that. Thank you, Philip. Next up, we have Stephen Harrison.
Can you turn up the TV? Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Stephen Harrison. I'm a community member and a neighbor of yours. We find ourselves now in the middle of a pandemic where education is severely challenged. Mental health issues are at an all-time high. Help is so scarce. And GDS was wrongfully evicted from the Fort Washington Armory, and they must be reinstated in what was their home for the last 19 years. 2 years ago, I spoke on their behalf at a Community Board 12 meeting. No one bothered to respond to my questions, and I still have no idea why such a vital organization was thrown out without any moral competence. Throughout the years, I've watched GDS engage teens, my own nephews, as a matter of fact, and young adults in pathways toward education, employment, college preparedness, functional living, and necessary behavioral help. If only for the work they do with youths and seniors, many of whom suffer with dementia and Alzheimer's. It seems to me a vile act to prevent people from continuing with this important humanitarian life work. The Armory Foundation, as far as I know, is supposed to support and encourage community organizations within the Fort Washington Armory. That's their function. The very essence of what GDS is and stands for deserves a place in what has been their home for 19 years. In my involvement with this issue, I've learned that in 2014, a resolution was passed and found that there was underutilized space for the Armory. 5 elected officials engaged to promise their help. How can we be the example if we remove the very existence of the example itself? In closing, I implore those here at Community Board 12 to reinstate GDS to their home, welcome them back, and work together to create a better future for our kids and elders who need the help the most. Please pass on this resolution without any delay. Move forward. It's the right thing to do. Stephen Harrison, your neighbor. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. So next up is Constantina Wheel, I hope, from NYC CERT team, who will be presenting tonight. And just as a heads up, Constantina, the video you sent over, it comes up as unavailable. So I don't know if you wanted to lead with that.
Hello all. Well, I don't know. I was counting on a video. So I will tell you, I am a New York City CERT volunteer. And what I was going to speak on today and show you a video about was what we do. So New York City Community Emergency Response Teams, where members were dedicated to volunteers, were dedicated and we volunteer. We undergo a training program that provides basic response skills needed for safety, light search and rescue, community disaster, medical operations, and traffic control. So we go through a 10-week course normally, given by or supported by all of New York City Emergency Response Team. We have NYPD, FDNY, Emergency Response. We've been in existence since 2003. We have over 1,200 volunteers. It's a basic training that you take in the beginning. That's 3 hours for 10 sessions. And you're trained by professionals, like I was saying, NYPD, FDNY, EMS, and NISM. And you're taught, first aid, disaster, medical operations, risks and hazards. And I am a member of Division 4, which is located here in Washington Heights. My group is Division 4. and we are located here. So I apologize that I don't have a video. Maybe I can come back next week or next month with the video. But I just wanted to introduce myself, tell you what we do. Hopefully, you know someone, or you're willing to do a little volunteer work. In the beginning, I personally volunteered at one of the food distribution sites when New York City was the epicenter. And it was very rewarding for me to help feed the needy. So maybe you'll find it rewarding as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Constantine. If you can, if you or Joyce can try resending it to either myself or Ebenezer, and hopefully we can send it out via the listserv and for sure with all the members.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Hi. My cam. Oh, I'm trying to get my camera on. Oh. Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you at least.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Oh.
We can hear you, sir. Mr. Chino, we can hear you.
Yeah, no, he muted everything. Muted. The screen disappeared.
No, we're good. We're good.
How are you guys? My name is Tio Chino, and I was supposed to come and I represent an organization that looks for corruption a little bit everywhere in New York. It's called Show the Books. And I was here to give you a tip of the hat, but now I have to give you a wag of the finger, since the GDS Anti-Corruption for Transparency of the multi-use Armory has been taking off the calendar. So I don't know. I don't know what to say anymore. And I just wanted to ask you that you put that resolution back on the board, because it's it's driving me nuts. Sorry for that. I'm rambling because I didn't prepare my speech because it was on something else. So 4 years ago, I came to community board talking about how I wanted Cyrus Vance to be removed. You remember that you interrupted me when I was talking about the corruption back then in HPD and things like that. This year, I was successful. Cyrus Vance is not running. I run another program with the youth called Rep My Block, where I'm trying to get everybody in the county committee replaced with young people who will change the fabric of New York City politics. So I am deceived. I am not deceived. Yeah, no, I am sad that the community board didn't take the challenge, because I am tired of coming here. And I'm sure you all tired of hearing Gary over and over and over, week after week, month after month, asking for something that simple that is supposed to happen, which is the transparency. So please consider what you're doing, because I am taking names and I will continue going after the corruption in New York City. Thank you very much for your time. Thanks, Ali.
Thank you, Mr. Chino. Appreciate your time.
Okay, next up is Elizabeth de Moya.
Elizabeth?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'll be quick. I'm confused at this point about this whole issue. However, I note that many of you earlier were expressing concern about COVID and helping people through it. Given that, I have to say, walking down Dyckman Street many a time, I have looked at these outdoor restaurant enclosures and wondered in what way this is different from indoor dining. I have definitely seen large groups of people, and I have to say this includes Mama Sushi. I don't want to go on a vendetta, but it seems that to me that your committee, the licensing committee, kind of very easily approves licenses and I don't know if you are able to do a lot of background checking or looking up in records. the police apparently stated there were no problems there, but that isn't really what lists of complaints show. And certainly, at least at one point, the enclosure outside the restaurant was pretty much a full enclosure. So I would like to urge the restaurant to continue as they are, if they've really fixed things, and otherwise to fix them. And the community board to please take the neighborhood's complaints seriously when there are complaints. And in this case, there are some complaints on record. We don't need this area, which is already kind of a COVID hotspot, to get any worse. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Sorry. All right. Actually, this group I think is no longer. Oh, they are here. So if someone can raise their hand from the SCA group, who will be speaking tonight. I didn't get clarity on who will be speaking from SCA. If it was Michael, or I believe it was Scott.
Hi, I'm Mike Mirasola. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, great. I'd like to quickly share my screen if I may. We are here tonight, and thank you for making time for us to present a new school for you. And so I have something quickly to read, and I'll show you the sitemap, and then we'll listen to your questions. And if I might. So pursuant to Section 1731 of New York City School Construction Authorities Act, notice has been filed for the proposed site selection of Block 2198, lots 1 and 5, and any other property in the immediate vicinity which may be necessary for the proposed construction of a new school, approximately 860-seat primary and intermediate school facility in Community Board 6 in the Borough of Manhattan. The proposed site contains approximately 27,710 square feet, 0.64 acres of the lot, and is located on the east side of 10th Avenue, bounded by 201st Street and south and west 202nd Street to the north. The site is privately owned and is located within the Special Inwood Zoning District. The northern portion of the site, Lot 5, is improved with a 2-story masonry building. The southern portion of the site, Lot 1, is a former gas station.
Okay, I'm
This
going
was
to read.
paved and improved with temporary steel structures. The
Well,
site
just give
plan
Laura speaking.
materials and summarized the proposed actions are available at New York City School Construction Authority, 3030 Thompson Avenue. Attention, Gail Mandaro. Comments on the proposed action are to be submitted to the New York City School Construction Authority at the above addressed by the email to sites, that's SITES, and nycsea.org, and will be accepted till March 29th of 2021. This is the site plan. I wish I had a lot more to tell you at this point. Our plan is to purchase, if we would like to have a resolution from this committee and the CEC, we will be then proceeding to purchase the site and start the design. So the reason we're here is we need, and this is our requirement, we need to come before you and ask you if you feel that this is appropriate and something that your community would like to see us pursue. So I can wait for questions, or you can do that now, or I can wait through.
You can leave information in the Q&A if you have an email address, or some other people can probably email you.
LESR?
Yeah.
Would it be appropriate to invite, of course, it's appropriate for them to talk during and give us the brief whatever, but this is really committee work and they should be going to youth and education?
Well, may I interrupt and say that we will be coming back to you sometime when we have
For land
more
use?
information. At this time, we don't have a lot, and it is our requirement to come to the full board. We are on the committee meetings agenda for the upcoming meeting. We'll come and discuss it and listen to your concerns. But what we really need is to do this by law.
No, the work of the board happens in committee, and the way somebody comes to the full board is by going to the committee. The committee has a robust discussion in the presence of public announcement of the agenda, and then puts forward a resolution, which then gets discussed by the full board in a forum such as this one. How it does not work is to do that ground up process at the general meeting as new business.
So you can just, anyway.
Please,
righty.
if I may,
Okay, guys.
if I may,
Yes.
thank you. Good evening, everyone. Yes, they are on schedule for March 8th on our agenda, Youth and Education Committee.
Fantastic. And what is the comment period?
Thank you.
Okay, guys, this is the public session. We have enough time to figure this out ourselves. Catherine, the next person. We want to take away time from our public. It's been patiently waiting.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Michael. Next up is Laura. I wish I had a last name. It's Laura Ayala, Diagan Ayala.
Thank you for unmuting me. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Okay, hi, everybody. I appreciated Mr. Santos's contribution to the discussion. So instead of reading from the patch, I'm going to read from Cuomo's, the Albany's report by the governor that states that on February 4th, investigators with the state's multi-agency task force observed 8 patrons eating and drinking inside a fully enclosed structure outside the premises. The business is a repeat offender. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm reading the wrong one. February 4th, investigators observed 15 patrons eating and drinking inside a fully enclosed structure outside the premises, despite regulations in place over 6 months, requiring openings on at least 2 sides. Mr. Santos had mentioned there was an opening on 1 side. On 2 sides, any outdoor area in order to prevent the spread of COVID. The licensee was previously warned and charged for serving patrons inside the same enclosed outdoor structure on January 16th. So I am not reading from the patch. In fact, there are many complaints from neighbors about this, and I observed some of these conditions myself. At the very beginning of the pandemic, with lines of people, unmasked people waiting for takeout, with during hours and after hours, patrons milling around. I'm sorry, Esteves, if you don't like what I'm saying, but I'd appreciate your respect anyway. Milling around without masks, and after hours, the same thing. There are also multiple complaints about outdoor loud parties, and with the owner actually present and unmasked, welcoming her friends with hugs and kisses during COVID. Neighbors, restaurants need to be good neighbors. And we know that we're in one of the highest zones for COVID. Mama Sushi has not been a good neighbor, and yet the licensing committee approved them unanimously for a renewed license. This can't happen.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Laura, next up is Cheryl Miller.
Okay, thank you. I was waiting to be unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm living in this neighborhood. I'm living in this community for 14 years, and I can't stay silent anymore. I am speaking tonight on watching this executive committee meeting last week, whenever it was, last Thursday night. I was appalled and disgusted to see the treatment of 2 community board members, Tanya Bonner and Curtis Young, and the way the discrimination and the racism and the bias on this community board has to stop. Okay, this is a diversified neighborhood. I am white. I live in this neighborhood. I've been referred to as a gentrifier, and this needs to stop. This community board is not representative of this community. This community is diverse, and this community board does not reflect diversity, as there's only a few Black members on this community board and few white people on this community board. I find it shocking and appalling, and this has to stop. And you all know who you are. I'm not going to name names. You all know who you are, making racist comments and biased and discriminatory comments. And you cut my time, okay? I'm not at 49 minutes. You have to stop turning that phone around because I don't know if you're fudging the time. And anyway, this has to stop. This has to stop. I don't care what the gender is and what the color is. It has to stop. Period.
All right, thank you, Cheryl. Next up is Bernard Groveman.
Let me turn that shit around.
Next, Catherine, who's that?
Yes, Bernard left.
Let's check.
All right, Bernard's not here. So next up is Anthony, who was, yeah. Anthony, you can unmute. There you go.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, good evening. My name is Anthony. I'm a community member. I just want to read a tweet that was from this morning from a community member that was coming on the subway, one of my friends. She posted, minding my business, going down the stairs into the 207 A train stop, look up and see a knife with a blade wrapped in a napkin and rubber band placed on a little ledge in the ceiling. What? The photo kind of looks like this. I don't know if you guys can see my camera, but it does look like this. I don't know if you can see it. If you're not, I don't know. It's okay. I'm gonna also, I asked her exactly where it was, and this is what she gave me in terms of vocal, like what voice message. I'm gonna play that. It's not playing.
So like, you know, when you walk down the stairs, you know, where the sign, okay, so you're walking down the stairs and if you look up right where you're about to go into the station, there's like a little ledge right there and that's where it was.
So she was saying like it was on the little ledge on the Dunkin' Donuts entrance stop. I just wanted to come up here and just say like it's just really concerning that that a knife is being found in our community after what has happened recently. And I just wanted to know with the public safety, has this been addressed? Has this like been removed? What is being done with different debris and garbage and all sorts of things that are being done within our subways? And just wanted to bring this up to you. I adjourn the rest of my time.
Sure. Okay, thank you. Anthony, I would recommend, we couldn't see the picture, but we did hear the audio. So you can email and I'll put it in the Q&A on your response. And so we can link you with Curtis in the Public Safety Committee, since NYPD Transit often does attend. Next up is, next up is Yolanda Rodriguez.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm Yolanda Rodriguez. I'm the Outreach Director from the Josephine Herrick Project. And what is the Josephine Herrick Project? Well, we teach photography. We offer free classes to our students, to a wide variety of New Yorkers facing significant social, physical, mental, and economic disadvantage. These have included military veterans, immigrants, refugees, children and adults with disabilities, physical and otherwise, low-income seniors, and people of all ages living in economically isolated public housing. We give them a camera and we give them the teachers, and we use that as a modality, not only of healing, but of also empowering themselves and their community. And we exhibit their work publicly, and we encourage all New Yorkers to pay attention to the vision and the stories of our students, because it's a view that is seldomly seen. So over the past year, we've provided more than 30 courses. We've taught more than 500 people. We've exhibited photos to audiences of 10,000 plus, and we supported about 20 teaching artists, and we've done this on a very small budget. So I thank Mr. Smith, Ebenezer Smith, wherever you are. Thank you for inviting me tonight. And I hope to hear from any of you who might be interested or who might know of a community-based organization who might be interested in partnering with us and for offering our classes. In the past, we've aligned ourselves with such community-based organizations as the Harlem Vet Center, Jacob Reese Settlement Center, the Grant Street Settlement, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, and we hope to increase those community partners in the future. So thank you, everyone, for listening. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I'll take you up on your offer.
Okay, wonderful. I emailed or used the mechanism on the bottom there with my email address, the website address, and my phone number. If anyone's interested, please just give us a call. Thank you and good night.
Thank you, Yolanda. Next up is Liz speaking on behalf of NOMA.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to make two quick announcements on behalf of Martin Collins from NOMA, who is not able to be here this evening. One is that Women in the Heights and Art in Our Time, In and Out, Light and Dark, the Women's History Month annual exhibit for an online exhibit that opens on March 18th. The deadline for applying for that, making a submission for that, is February 28th, this Sunday. Information on that is available on their website, nomaanyc.org. Next up, there is a poster contest for the annual art stroll. The deadline is March 30th. There's a $1,250 grand prize. This would be for the 19th annual art stroll. And there again, you can get the information on that at the same website. That's it for NOMA. I did just want to state briefly by way of I don't know if it's a question or a statement, but with regard to the previous speaker who talked about CERT, I just want to say that thank her for her involvement and state that her activity with CERT stands on the proud shoulders of our former chair, Pamela Palanque North, who was one of the first CERT members. Thank you.
Liz, can you please put the website on the Q&A part?
I don't have access to that, so I'll just email it to you so that you can enter it into your minutes.
Okay, Sally, and then I guess Councilman Rodriguez, right? Catherine?
Yeah.
Gail is there, right?
Yes, and Gail's here as well.
Okay, good.
So Sally, go ahead.
Hi, I'm speaking, can you hear me? I'm speaking on behalf of Friends of Inwood Hill Park. Exciting event. I hope everyone's enjoying the snow. And then I just wanted you to mark your calendars for Saturday, March 6th from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. The Lower East Side Ecology Center, who you all may or may not know are the people who do the e-waste recycling in the city. They are back in our neighborhood. They will accept working and non-working consumer electronic equipment, including computers from laptops to mainframes, monitors and CRTs and flat screens, handheld devices, smartphones, tablets, MP3 players, etc., network devices, routers, hubs, modems, etc., peripherals, keyboards, mice, cables, cords, chargers, components, hard drives, CD-ROMs, circuit boards, power supplies, etc., printers, scanners, fax machines, TVs, VCRs, DVDs, DVRs, Blu-ray players, digital converter boxes, cable satellite receivers, video game consoles and accessories, cell phone, pagers, PDAs, audiovisual equipment from cameras, microphones, stereo equipment. Stuff that is working, they will wipe and recycle to someone who can reuse it. other stuff they will try and repair. If they can't repair, then they will dispose of properly. This only happens once a year, if that often. It's been a couple of years. And it's a really good opportunity to get rid of those bags of cords and whatever else you don't know what it is that you have stuffed in some closet. So I hope
Where is it being done?
Inwood Hill Park, the Isham Street and Seaman entrance in Inwood Hill Park from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m.
And what's the date?
March 6th from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. And the more poundage we collect, the better.
Are they taking DVDs and stuff like that?
It's on the list, yes.
Player.
DVDs, DVRs, Blu-ray players. I'm not sure specifically with DVDs, but I will be posting announcements and spreading them all through social media. And also we can send one out from the community board that lists everything that won't be taken.
Okay, Sarah, send me a text, Sally, so that I can what I can do, okay?
Thanks
As
very
usual.
much, guys, and I hope to see you on the 6th.
You'll see me there, as usual. Thank you.
Yay.
I have on this public speaking to finalize before I get to Gail. I have Councilman Idanis Rodriguez. I'll finalize this public speaking session and then move on to
Hey, what about me?
Wendy. Oh, okay. Catherine didn't mention you, so
It's okay.
you can go on.
It's
Sorry
okay.
about that.
Good evening, everyone. Interesting as always. This is Wendy Lorenzetti Olivo from We Act for Environmental Justice. I just wanted to say hello to everyone and also announce our membership meeting will be March 13th at 10 a.m. And we will be hosting a Manhattan Borough President Forum on that date. I also wanted to let you all know that We Act is conducting a survey via Zoom to understand how girls and women and femme identifying people of color in Northern Manhattan think about and use certain types of cosmetic products. All has to do with health and beauty inside out. I have a flyer for that, which I will forward to Ebenezer so he can forward to everyone since I can't drop anything in the chat. But again, please attend our membership meeting on March 13th, where our Manhattan Borough presidents will be talking to us about what their plans are for our city. So that is all for me this evening. Thank you very much and have a good evening.
All righty. Thank you. Idanis, Gail.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, everyone, for dedicating your time. Few things that I would like to share is that once I'm working with a couple of bills, that one of them is to create a mayor's office of a sport and recreation. It looked that we will be able to pass a bill. I had the support of Speaker Johnson, and I've been working with the chief of staff. The administration is open. We're having conversation. The idea is that we should have an office, a mayor's office of sports and recreation that will be dedicated to put a strategy and initiative to support not only a sport at the recreational level, but also to support sport at the competitive level. And that will address a lack of opportunity that we have in New York City, especially in disadvantaged youth when it comes to any discipline that you think about it. Baseball, soccer, rowing, any field that you're mentioning, there's a lack of access and resources for Black, Latino youth to have the resources to pay for their private classes with a coach, or to be able to pay the $3,000 or $4,000 for a program that come with a lot of quality services. So what we have seen is that there's a lot of things on sports, but they go through park, they go through DYCD, and they go through DOE. But there's not a centralized institution that we have that is designated to look at the numbers, to see how we're doing. How can we turn New York City a competitive one? So that's a bill that I'm working. I'm positive that we will be able to get it done. We have a enrollment in stakeholders such as the Road Runner, Astra Green, the Armory at 168, the Armory in Brooklyn, and many other institutions on board. So hopefully it will happen very soon. The second piece is the bill that we have to allow New Yorkers that have green card, like what I have from 83 to 2000. Even though I was a teacher, I was a student organizer, I was a cab driver, I washed dishes, I pay my taxes. But from 83 to 2000, the society did not address no taxation without representation. So this is something that we hope that we will be able to pass that bill that will empower close to 1 million New Yorkers who pay the taxes, that have green card, that have work authorization to vote in municipal election, to elect the mayor, the controller, the public advocate, the council member, and all of those at the local level. So this is something, again, we have the support of New York NAACP, the House of Justice, the public advocate, and many other elected officials. And I've been partnering also with Brooklyn Board President Eric Adams, trying to see how we can take this bill to the finish line. And again, this is not only about Latinos who are undocumented who have green card. There's so many growing New Yorkers from the former Soviet Union. There's many who are Irish, who are Italian, who are French, that they are here and they are undocumented or they have green card, but because of the color of the skin, we think that undocumented are Latinos or those who come from Africa or from the Caribbean. So we hope again that we will be able to pass that bill and to expand voting participation. The third thing is that I would like to address is about what we are trying to accomplish in improving the investment in our park. I know that you have gave many reports, but we are committed to continue working, especially in this budget, since this is the last budget that I have as a council member. It's going to be finishing my 12 years to be able to continue expanding more investment in our parks. I want to end with this. I support Mama Sushi big time. Why I do that? Because I believe that it is important to support any local small businesses. You go to the Dykeman, you go to the area, who you will see the owner of that establishment, Susana Osorio, 24 hours there, working in the morning, in the afternoon, and night. I think that COVID showed the color of our community in our society. Most people who died in New York City, they were Black, they were Latino. Most people who got the vaccine, they were white. I don't want no one who died. My daughter's being born. They Black, they Latinas, and their friend, they're Asian, they white, they Jewish. So I'm so one that I can say my record in my 12 years stand by working together, unifying our community. When you look at the community board, I think that this is the only time that we have a chairman who is Dominican. And I've been very proud to be working with the previous chairman of this community board, who none of them were Dominicans. So this is not about, in my case, that work together with Manhattan Borough President, trying to have, yes, the Dominican in the leadership of the community board. One thing that I've been doing with the previous Manhattan Borough President and the current board president is to identify individuals that can contribute. And if you see the numbers of members in this board that they were appointed by the previous council member, I didn't move most of them. There were people who were contributing to our community. So I'm very happy with the record that we have. But when it comes to, especially since some individual have been, a concern, and we live in a democratic society, so anyone can say anything. But when it came to Mama Sushi, one of the things, the state liquor license is closing establishments such as Mama Sushi. It was not because they were overcrowded. There were only few people there. Go to the Upper West Side, go to the Upper East Side, and look the number of establishments that they are using the sidewalk, that they have.
What is the time?
That they have less, again, that they have less procurement in place. More than 75% closed by the state liquor license today. They are in Black and Latino community. And I will organize together with my colleague here, and I will defend every single business in this community. Quality life is important for me. I have 2 daughters. But when it comes to establishment in some neighborhood, look in our record. There's establishments in our community that if they're not Dominican, no one touch it. So for me, as someone with my record working with everyone, I understand any concern or any issue. But when it comes to racist attack, I will not tolerate it. Thank you.
Point of order.
Gail? Thank you, Councilman Rodriguez.
Actually, I have had my hand up for.
And I have mine too, but Wayne can go first. But I had mine up too, but Wayne may go first.
Go ahead.
Wait a second.
No, yeah, I'm not in a rush. I'm not in a rush. Go
Sure.
ahead.
Who? Wayne is first, Tanya is second, and then Sally.
Yes, Councilman Rodriguez, earlier today, the council had a public hearing on the bill for New York City to implement a comprehensive planning framework. And I'm just wondering if you or your office have any comments to share with the community board on what are some of the thoughts and comments pro and con regarding this comprehensive planning initiative.
I think that there's a lot of ideas, suggestions to make the process better. And I know some of them led by Councilmember Salamanca, who also share important committee. I think that as you hear from the administration, they also have a share on how the process that we have as right now is a process also that when you look into the previous rezoning, and I can also speak on the rezoning that we have done in Inwood, even though I respect the different opinion that we have with this, but I feel that there's few things that we have to deal with the rezoning. But I when it comes to, how we move on this conversation, I will rely on individuals like you, as I have done it in our conversation about the inward rezoning in other projects in order to establish my position.
Just to follow up, there are some concerns that I've heard expressed that, there's a potential for the comprehensive planning to, bring about, for lack of a better term, the next Robert Moses, sort of a citywide top-down planning approach that, while it's claiming to address some of the disjunctures and inequities in planning, really does not allow for community-based planning to have an impact.
Again, like Anya's been listening, I think that today hearing was, everyone know in this group, because one of the things that I had tried to do, and I had learned from my colleague here, who you were here after get bored, for people to know that they will get what I see on me. So I think that, there's the rezoning is a complicated process. I think that, there's not a perfect rezoning, and I feel that with this proposal, there could be a lot of ideas, good intention, but at the end of the day, we need to come out with a plan that maintain most of the pieces that we have in this rezoning, at the same time that we can incorporate new ideas.
Tanya, I think Tanya was second.
Yes. Councilmember Rodriguez. Hi. Good evening.
How you doing?
Yes. I wanted to just say to you, I wanted you to understand how your words carry a lot of weight because of your, position in the community, your work over the years. You carry a lot of weight and a lot of influence. And I wanted to say, I was concerned when, I understand that we all support our small businesses. I served on the business development committee for 3 years. Okay. So I understand that we need to support them. But my concern was that you come today to support a particular business. And my feeling on that is there are many businesses that have come before this board that had problems, right? That had ran into difficulty that the board needed to address. And I don't know if they got that advocacy. You understand? So I think that for me, it makes me uncomfortable that one particular business would get your advocacy as someone with your influence, whereas other businesses that had to come before us and had a lot of struggle trying to get their licenses, through our board, didn't have that. And so that is really my concern when you spoke about this particular business, that it sends a message to other businesses that they are not as important, right? Because they didn't get your advocacy.
Okay.
They didn't get your stamp of approval. Where am I on time? Because I'm being stopped, but where am I on time?
No, you're not being stopped. I just want to get to the question. If you're just
that is my okay, I'm being interrupted, and I really am trying to get through my thought. Other people have spoken, they've made comments, they have, and they're not being interrupted. And so I need to reclaim my time, okay? Because I was making a point to Councilmember Rodriguez, and I need to reclaim my time, okay? Councilmember Rodriguez, I need you to hear what I'm saying. I'm not saying, I need you to hear what I'm saying. I'm not saying that we can't support business, especially businesses that have been here a long time, that we can't do that. But what about everybody else that have come before this board, have struggled, had problems, maybe unfairly or fairly, ran into difficulty, they didn't get your stamp of approval? Perhaps it's best to stay neutral and let the board handle this situation based on the evidence that will come from the licensing committee, based on their recommendation, based on whatever else comes up, that we will do the right thing on behalf of this business tonight. But you coming in, to me, I don't know if that's appropriate. And as far as what is working for diversity of this community, please ask us, because I've also experienced the beauty of this community, but I've also experienced the discrimination in this community. So you and I probably need to talk maybe at some point, because we've never have over the 3 years plus that I've been on the committee, on the board. So maybe hear from us so that you understand that's more complex. Thank you so much for your service and for your time. And that's what I wanted to say. Thank you, Councilmember Rodriguez.
No, I appreciate and value the contribution that you and all the members made to this community board for. One of the things that I am more than happy, I think that all the members have my cell phone, my former student they have my cell phone. So I definitely will share with you my number. We should have coffee and talk. Look, I'm the alumni of Professor Jeffrey. I'm the person who participated in so many lectures Lumber Brad. So for me, this is about, I'm raising my daughters knowing that we have to build a society that should be much better than what it is right now, respecting each other, advocating together, and build a community that should belong to all of us. I think that, my record speaks by itself. I always say that even, like when some local small businesses, come and say, oh, but, what are you doing here or there? In my 12 years that I have as a council member, and the record is there at the community board 12 or in the city, I have support every single restaurant and business in my community. And that's beside the funding that I bring with the 360 grant supporting, expanding all the things. But yet, specifically on business that they go and come and support, only 2 businesses in my 12 years, I have worked together to shut it down. And there was the one in front of 210 Sherman Avenue, because there was a lot of abuse. There was big issue there. And I partnered together with today Congressman Paya, religion leaders and other people, and we got that business to be closed. Second business that we had some issue was La Parrilla 163 on Broadway, because there was some issue with someone the cover, going to sleep, having sex inside the establishment. The only 2. Beside that, I support all of them. So that's my record. And when it comes to bringing business advocating, I'm the one that has the bill to create the Small Business Just Survival Act. So for me, there's one thing that, that you can look at it, the inward rezoning. We turn inward rezoning, the first rezoning in the city of New York, that allocate a percentage of commercial space that will be built with city dollar, to provide a percentage of commercial space affordable to local small business. So more than happy to continue speaking to you. But when it comes to Mama Sushi or any restaurant, I supported them big time.
Okay, thank you, Dennis. I have 3 more questions, but I really have to get to Gail. She's been extremely patient.
Gail, I'm fine. I like to hear this question. I'm all right.
Good enough. So Sally, right? So Sally, Liz.
We have new hands. So it was
Gerard and Domingo. That would be the end of it. Thank you.
Sorry, I had to unmute.
Yes, Sally, it's you.
Yes, Councilman Rodriguez, what I would like to see is the list. I'm looking right now at a list of 393 businesses whose liquor licenses have been suspended during the public health emergency. The reason they are is to save lives. Some of these are temporary suspensions. They just have to cure the problem. So it gives them an opportunity to make us all safer. But I would like to see, if you have it available, the evidence that our businesses are being unfairly discriminated against. And that's my comment.
The answer is yes. With the today I had this conversation with those individuals that they organize around the restaurant, and we're going to be going over the list. But based on the information that we have, most businesses have been shut down by the state liquor license. They are in Black and Latino community.
Okay, if you could forward that to me, that would be helpful.
I will, Sally, and thank you for everything that you do, especially around our parks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Liz is next.
Thank you. It's just a brief comment. I just wanted to say that the previous chair was a Black man. The chair prior to that was a Guyanese Southeast Asian man. Prior to that was a Puerto Rican man. Prior to that was a Puerto Rican Afro-Cuban woman. Prior to that was a white man. Prior to that was a Palestinian man. Prior to that was a Dominican man. Prior to that was another Dominican man. Prior to that was a Jewish man. Prior to that was a Black woman. Prior to that was a Black man. Prior to that was a Dominican woman. Prior to that was a Jewish man. All of which is to say that Community Board 12 is incredibly diverse, and the chairmanship or chairwomanship of the board reflects that. I am very sorry that your institutional knowledge, council member, does not predate your council membership, but the leadership of this board has been diverse. Thank you. I yield my time.
Oh no, Liz. Liz, I am speaking about my 12 years as a council member. That's when I said that in my 12 years as a council member, where I had the opportunity to work with the BP, to go over the name that we recommend to be at the community board 12. And even today, when I get the right to appoint 23 members, what I'm saying is about, this is the first time in my 12 years that I have a council member that there's a Dominican chair. And what I'm saying is reinforcing your argument. I've been working and supporting, members of this community board 12 based on their contribution, based on their skill. And that's what I've been doing in my 12 years. I can speak about for my time as a council member.
I would respectfully request that we evaluate our current chair based on what he accomplishes as a chair and his qualifications for the gig and what he has done, not whether he is Dominican.
Agree. And I will stand up for my community when it comes to be sure that the leadership of this community should reflect the diversity of this community, should reflect the numbers that we have in this community. And this is a conversation that sometimes make people uncomfortable when we are not ready to have it. And I'm ready to lead that conversation at the whole city level, because it's not only here. When you look at the New York City, there's 10,000 leadership positions, and there's only few representation of, in this case, make the majority in this city. So when it comes to, the qualification of the chair right now, I support him big time. He's doing a great job. And I support the previous chair that I've been working together in my 11 years as a council member.
Barbara, you're next. Barbara, you're there. Barbara. No. Gerard, if you can go next while Barbara gets back on.
Sure. Good evening.
All
So
right,
I just wanted to let everybody know that the Inwood Food Pantry that used to operate on Cooper Street between 207th Street and Isham, and it closed down, I think, at some point during the pre-COVID. It's open and functioning. It actually functions on Seaman in what had been the convent. It's right where they have the Green Market. So I know that they do work there early on Saturdays. So not a lot of people know about it. They're going to try to get the word out more. So that's impactful. And we spend a lot of time talking about things that sometimes we can impact, we can't impact at all. Blood's in short supply. So one thing we actually can do is give blood. They really need it. So I encourage everybody to actually do something that we can impact people's lives. We can give blood. That's all.
Thank you, Gerard. In plasma, if you have antibodies, I want to jump on that too.
Yeah.
All right.
Sure.
while Barbara gets back on, Francisco, and then Domingo.
I believe Domingo was before me.
Okay, Domingo. He says to go ahead because I couldn't differentiate it.
Okay, so I asked my question because, like, I guess where diversity is the topic of the day, especially a suggestion to our council members. Good to see you, but a recommendation on diversity. When you talk about sports and you talk about taking stuff to another level, right? There's a lot of individuals that cannot be taking part in the conversation that you have around sports, and seems like you went with the stereotypical organization. So when we talk about diversity, it starts with the work and how you contribute to that. So just a recommendation, diversity it seems to be a trending topic, but you could demonstrate it through actions by engaging other individuals who might not have the multi-million-dollar institutions.
Yeah. So Domingo, more than happy again to follow with you. And again, I know that you've been doing a great job, especially with our youth, something that was my background before being elected when I was a teacher. As you know, that has been one of the area that I have a lot of passion to connect our youth to our sport. So yes, more than happy again for follow up with you. You have myself, and we should follow. When it comes to the who has been invited in that group at the local level, we have Eligio Reynoso, who is the executive director of the Inwood Tennis Association. We have Ulises Novoa, who do the executive director of Ameso, who also do a volleyball at PS 164 and other location. We have Belki Lora. Not only that she own a business, is a business owner, but she have a lot of dozen of baseball league and many others. So it's not perfect, but I think that we've been able to connect again, not only those that I mentioned before, but also with the local institutions.
Okay, guys. I have Francisco, Barbara still calling you. Manuel, you have a question because I really need to get to Gail.
I have a question.
Who's that? I can't see you.
Gail, you gotta understand it. Idanis is nowhere to be seen, so people obviously gonna have questions.
I'm working hard, brother. That's what I do.
Eliezer, I just wanted to let you know Councilmember Mark Levine is here and ready to speak whenever you're ready.
Okay, he's in the attendee spot, right?
No,
Okay,
he's here under my name. Sorry.
All right, good. So Gail.
All right.
Thank you, Dennis. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, Gail, on Thursday, we're having a walk. It's something that came out today, Gail. I will follow you, Officer, and Eliezer, and the chairman of the business committee. We will have the SBS commissioner working with us Thursday at 10 in the morning from 10 to 12. So I will follow with you, Gail. And
Gail, one last ask. I have a community resident. His name is Nathan.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
He's someone that's been patiently waiting. Nathan, please.
Go ahead.
Do this. Yes.
You can go ahead.
Yeah, Nathan.
Yeah,
can you promote Nathan?
Nathan, yes. There you go.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Thank you, Nathan, for your patience. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
No problem. Members of the board, thank you very much for taking the time to listen to me. My name is Nathan Waklu, and I recently started volunteering as a social justice advocate at GDS, which was unjustly evicted from the New York City Fort Washington Armory in the summer of 2019. Due to the fact that the New York City Fort Washington Armory is owned by the Department of Homeless Services and is thus funded by taxes and federal funding, its purpose is to be utilized as a public space for those in the community who require its services the most. However, recent events have shown otherwise. The Armory is becoming increasingly privatized, serving as a venue space for corporate galas and other events to generate income. This comes at the cost of the public organizations that not only serve the interests of the community and its people, but uphold the original purpose of the Armory and its spaces. GDS has been targeted for merely highlighting how the people of the Washington Heights community have the right to all of the building's resources, as it is a central aspect of our local infrastructure, especially considering the impossible circumstances of the COVID-19 pandemic and its effects on marginalized populations. Mental health services and the public officials who advocate for them are as crucial as ever. It is precisely for this reason that the Washington Heights community is in deep need of GDS, who has tirelessly worked towards improving all of these conditions. This is an organization that has been providing free wellness and mental health services to address traumas that people within these vulnerable communities face daily. It also addresses college readiness, leadership, communication, and other tools to become self and community advocates to have the confidence and preparedness to speak up against these injustices. As leaders in the community board, you have the ability to assist us in securing our space back. And I sincerely hope that you can help us in our mission to give back to the community.
Thank you, Nathan. It was worth the wait. Gail?
Okay, a few things. First of all, the vaccine is an endless issue, but every Tuesday at 3:00, you're all welcome to join us to talk about Manhattan and the vaccines. And there's a lot going on in Community Board 12. First of all, the first time I've ever heard this, but whether it was the 168th Street Armory or other places, that vaccines are available. I have spent hundreds of hours with staff trying to get people vaccines, and I have not heard those words. So I hope that means that we are looking up in terms of making appointments. Second, we are working with Words Up, the wonderful bookstore, and every Tuesday from 12 to 4, our staff is trained to do testing, and we are there, and we hope that it is helpful to the community. I want to say that one topic that is on everyone's mind for vaccines are the seniors who are at home. So we are trying to get Meals on Wheels. We're trying to get the city to have a plan. We're trying to get 20,000 is a number that Meals on Wheels feeds, and 146,000 seniors are home. So this is a challenge. The refrigerated trucks are available. Those are the trucks that deliver the food, and at 3:00 they can be turned into supporting those who are at home. So we're pushing hard continually on the vaccines because the variant is at the door. Second thing I want to mention is I heard earlier, Wayne, a good question. I did testify today about the comprehensive plan for the city, and I would like every community board to weigh in. I have to give, Speaker Johnson credit because nobody else brings this up. I tried during the 2019 charter revision, and I was told by the mayor's office representative, sorry, we're not dealing with this. They wouldn't even touch it. We could have been discussing this for a couple of years by now. So I think that there is an opportunity here to make changes because it doesn't have enough local, but I don't think it's Robert Moses. I got accused of that today. I'm not Robert Moses, but I do think that the notion that, we could really have some serious thought as opposed to a little bit here, a little bit there would be helpful. So your input would be very helpful, particularly yours and the Community Board 12. I also want to mention that we did try really hard for Open Culture, which of course is a program that brings artists to the streets. The applications are open on the March 1st, I'm sorry. And the Uptown didn't initially have streets, which was outrageous, but now it's Bennett Avenue, Cumming Street, Dykeman, and Jamal Terrace. And the specifics, I'm sure you know, we also pushed to get Restaurant Week included for Community Board 12. I don't know why people don't understand that you have great restaurants, great artists, and they should be included. It makes no sense to me. I do think that we should be thinking about the mayor. April 1st is supposed to tell the governor what he wants in terms of local police community relations. I don't know what the mayor's going to come up with. I'm hoping that Community Board 12 will have some ideas. The other day, all 5 borough presidents and the folks at the police command at one police plaza are on the phone. And one aspect that's taking place, I hope it makes sense, I'm not sure, is that every 2 years we have a new commander, whether the 3-3, the 3-4, or anybody else is a new commander. Sometimes it's 3 years, sometimes it's 5 years. It's constant. And at this point, the police commissioner is suggesting that the police community councils, community board, business, maybe a CEDRO, businesses, and clergy and elected officials make that decision. The PC will give us 3 suggestions, and then we'll pick one. I don't know if this is going to work. It'll be piloted in Brooklyn, but Community Board 12 should have some input because you have a lot of sense of what works or doesn't work. I want to thank Tanya Boner, because you know what? I've been to a lot of meetings, but I have to say the noise task force, guns are terrible, gangs are terrible, noise is challenging. It's a challenging issue. It's a quality of life issue. It's a hard one. I don't care which community board you're in. It's a hard issue. And Tanya got the agencies to work together. That's not easy. They were very honest about what they could or couldn't do, whether they have a noise meter, they don't have a noise meter, whether the mufflers are or are not on the motorcycles. Do they or do they not have a legal license plate, etc. So I was on for most of it, and I have to say, getting those agencies, I think they appreciated it. They appreciated that a community board took the time, having studied the issue on their own, to bring the agencies together to try to figure out how they could work together. So I have to say congratulations. This may not be everybody's top issue, but for some folks it is, and I congratulate Tanya Bonner for doing that, because it was not easy. In terms of the schools, I want to thank Domingo also, because he came and he led the discussion about sports in the schools. And this is not an easy topic. What I thought, Domingo, and you know better than I, the mayor could have sports, football, everything else. Why? Because other cities in the state now have outdoor sports. We're the only city in the state that doesn't. Now, you could argue, some would say COVID, true, but guess what? I call scholarships. I'm all about scholarships, and I'm all about going to college, and I'm all about getting money for young people. So I didn't think of this. You did, Domingo did, the young people did, the coaches did, and people who are in college who already have a scholarship did, because that's a real challenge. And if you don't play, you don't get the money, and you don't necessarily have the ability to go to college. So that's a real issue. So we do need to put pressure on the mayor. Apparently the CDC said it's a bad idea to have outdoor sports. I don't care about the CDC. They don't need money to go to college. These kids do. So Domingo, thank you for your insight, and I hope it makes a difference. We sent a letter, which I hope you got a copy of, and others have done the same, but we really need to push for young people to be able to get those scholarships. Can't do it without playing. And then just in terms of the schools, I am concerned. There's a lot of discussion about health and economy, and it should be, but those schools have not been in session really for a year and a half. I keep asking, how many young people have not signed in? How many young people are not part of online learning? I don't get an answer. So as great as your superintendent is, Manny does a great job, that is a concern. So I'm just saying I'm on it. There's a lot of talk about gifted and talented, but who is actually participating as a student is of concern. I also just want to thank those who are working on the urban garden near GW, and the work that the council member is doing and I'm doing to try to get teachers and principals there to be part of a CTE that would have the issue of horticulture, etc., because it's a great idea. We hope that it works. The money that the federal government is going to come out with for small stores and small businesses is tomorrow. I think there's a 2-week window. So we are pushing really hard. Columbia University has a great process for helping small businesses. We've got the law school, the business school. Obviously, you have CCNY, etc. So we're all trying to get every single business. I have a lot of businesses in Washington Heights whom I have been in contact with, barbershops, nail salons, etc., who really need the help. So let's hope that that actually works. I know that we got about 700 total, which is a lot of community applications, including those who reapplied and those who are applying for the first time. And we will do our best to be as constructive, working with the council members, making sure that we have the most diverse. I have to say that when the Queens Borough President took office, Donovan Richards, he called us to find out how did we do our community boards. So you should be proud, because he is looking to the Manhattan to emulate in the borough of Queens. We just did a report with the Academy of Medicine on seniors. We interviewed 1,000 seniors. It is up on our website and in our newsletter. I hope you get our newsletter because it really is good. And then Thursday, 2/25 at 6 o'clock, stand up against street harassment, a topic that is everybody's mind, whether it's on the street or in the subway, I'm afraid. We need to be very vigilant, and that is what we will talk about. There are still some possibilities till the 25th for applying for capital money, which I know the schools, parks, cultural institutions need. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gail, and for that report. It is always comprehensive, and we'll see our takeaways marvelous. So thank you very much. Mr. Mark Levine.
Actually, I have a couple of questions for Gail.
Oh, sorry. So we have, who's first?
All right, that was me and Domingo.
So Domingo, I guess.
Wayne was up for a minute.
Oh, it was Wayne, because I did this.
Yeah, so
sorry.
Gail, going back to the issue of the comprehensive plan, there are a couple of initiatives released by the city in mid to late December that unfortunately, did not make it to, land use in a timely manner or at all. And this is one of them. So today was the public hearing, and the record is only open for another 72 hours. So how would you suggest we, and perhaps other community boards that got late notice, provide comment on this matter?
Well, it's my feeling, Wayne, that no matter, even within a timely fashion, by the end of the week or whatever, send us a copy. We will advocate to have it included. This is a very complicated topic. And so you do need some more time to be able to put your thoughts together. I don't think that there'll be any end to the input, particularly from a community board. So whenever you get it in, let us know. We'll make sure that it gets part of the record. I have no authorization to say that, but I don't care. And I will make sure it's part of the record.
Okay, thank you.
Domingo Francisco.
Yeah, thanks, Gail. I appreciate the letter. We read it. So just to put it in context, it's not just solely about youth playing sports. It's the access that playing sports gives to youth when it comes to being able to provide scholarships, not only for higher education institutions, but to high quality higher education institutions that otherwise they probably wouldn't have had the access to.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cisco.
Yeah, I actually wanted to speak before Borough President spoke on, but I wasn't able to be connected. Can I go back to the diversity we spoke about, or do I have to move on?
I think we have to move on.
Okay.
But you can make a comment, but we have to move on, really.
I mean, it's quick. I'm not going to be too long, but pretty much it was about, and I respect Liz and everything that she does for this community and this community board. I disagree a little bit when it comes to having a Dominican running this board and how important that is. Just like it was important for Kamala Harris to be the first female Black VP. It's important because this community is predominantly Latino and Black. So it is important that but I don't want to make or put a thing where white folks in our community feel like they have to defend themselves, because that's not what we should be doing at all. And I don't want anything that's pro-Black, pro-Latino is anti-white. And I feel like that's the direction that we kind of go without actually going there directly. And I just want our white brethren to never feel like they're being attacked or have to defend themselves when we're pro-Black and pro-Dominican. And I want that to be very clear, because we have white folks that have been in this community for 50 years. They matter. Their voices must be heard just like ours. But we can't go away from the fact that we know what this community is right now in 2021. It's predominantly Dominican. It's predominantly Black. We can't go away from that to make anybody feel comfortable. And if you feel uncomfortable talking about that, then the problem is not with us, it's with you. I just want to be very clear with that, because we have this kind of like innuendo and kind of the words are escaping me right now, but there's always this kind of undertone of this. And I just want, I mean, at least from my part, that to be very, very clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Francisco. Moving to Councilman Mark Levine's report, unless someone else had
Excuse
their
me.
hand raised.
I just want to state in the clearest of terms, I did not feel at all attacked, and I do not feel at all uncomfortable talking about these issues. I merely wanted to state that the leadership of this board over the last 25 years has been incredibly diverse, including not only Latinos, not only Latinos who are Dominican, but Latinos who are Puerto Rican, Latinos who are Cuban, Afro-Latinos, Black Americans who are descendants of slaves. It has included Guyanese. It has included garden variety white people. It has included Jews. It has included Palestinians. And I think it's important to note, in the words of Dave Dinkins, the chairpersonship of this board has been a gorgeous mosaic that has included predominantly non-white people and many, many, many Latinos and Latinas, including Maria Luna, who's still a member of this board. And I think before you make assertions about the ethnicity of the leadership, it's important to look at who the people who have chaired this board are and to make note of the overwhelming diversity of that group of men and women over the last 25 years.
Okay,
Thank you.
Isidro and Domingo and Mark, just a little patient, a little patience before we have these great conversations.
Thank you so much, Chair. And I'm going to echo what Francisco stated. I 100% support what he says. We don't have to be here fearing or being obstructed in any way, shape, or form on how we feel. We are a united community. I hope that we work together towards that end. However, some of the reverse discrimination that might be taking place has to be addressed. The issue of people not being recognized or respected because of the background, that includes ethnic background, that includes language deficiency, has to be respected. Oftentimes, you don't see many community board here members speaking because they feel oppressed and they feel that because they do have an accent, they don't get the respect that they deserve. So on that note, I respect diversity. I'm trying to work as hard as I can by promoting members, by promoting ideas, by promoting gender, but most of all, we have to have respect for our community. And it's okay to disagree. We don't have to agree 100% on every single agenda item. What we must respect is that we have the right to be heard. And unfortunately, the majority of our community board members are not being heard. It's usually the few that are always interrupting members and the few that are always taking control of the meetings. This has to come to an end.
Domingo and then Mark.
I'm actually, like Isidro touched on a lot of the points I was going to say. I was just going to add, let's stop acting that diversity solved all these problems when I've been dealing with microaggressions since I got on this board. So this is not nothing new. This is not something like previous folks stated in the in some of the other committees. Is like, oh, it's going to be solved by retreats. This is something that's fundamentally and systematically happening here. And I think back to Isidro said, racism, discriminations have different layers, language being one of them, you know? So I think it's extremely important to, when we speak on some of the issues that are impacting our board, we also think about diversity is not the only issue impacting it. There's a lot of layers to this that have been mounting over the years that go far beyond, oh, just because we have a Dominican chair, all our problems are solved. And I want that to be really clear. And as for folks who feel that it's you're attacking them directly, I just have a message for you. it doesn't start with me, it starts with you.
Thank you for all of your great comments. Mark Levin.
My goodness, Mr. Chair. I want to thank you, Domingo, Isidro, Francisco, Liz, for I think what is a really important discussion, and for your deep and thoughtful comments, all of you. I think, and ultimately productive. Warrants a lot more time, but I'm glad the board gave a chance for a dialogue on this topic. We do still have a public health crisis that I do want to say a word about in my role as chair of the council's health committee. A crisis which, as you know, has been defined by inequality. A vaccination effort right now, which is unfortunately revealed yet again, really deep inequality. And I want to talk about some of what we need to do to fix that. And I want to remind everyone of something that the borough president mentioned, which is we're in a race right now when it comes to COVID in New York City. It's a race between vaccination and the variants. And I'll say a word about both briefly, but we cannot stop fighting to speed up vaccination and to reach groups that are left behind. And we cannot stop working to slow the variant. If we fail on either of those fronts, we're going to lose this race. There is a little good news in the last few days on vaccination. After a week of delayed shipments from the Midwest because of the storms in the middle of the country, shipments started to arrive to the city yesterday and today, and there'll be more tomorrow and Thursday. And this may actually end up being our biggest week yet on vaccination. I think it's part of why the borough president mentioned that while we're still in a shortage scenario, we're starting to see that there's more supply in many of the providers. And I'm sure it was mentioned earlier, but one big development on that front is today the Armory, run by New York Presbyterian, started vaccinating people, all adults of any age with underlying conditions. And that's an extremely important development for our community. But we don't have enough vaccination capacity uptown. We still don't, particularly for essential workers who are not eligible at the Armory. And it's why I'm fighting together with all the local electeds to move on multiple fronts to get more what you might call microsites in places like NYCHA community centers and in houses of worship and other places that are in the neighborhood and that are trusted by people. But you know, there's now also mass vaccination sites in 4 boroughs, and Manhattan is not one of them. And we're not going to be able to meet our goals as a city to reach everyone that we need to, unless we get a mass vaccination site in Manhattan as well. And I've been working to develop a list of candidate sites, and the borough president has been deeply involved in that. Interestingly, one that's come up a lot is Baker Field. Not really central to the borough, but it does have good mass transit. At some point, I would love CB12's input on the question of a mass vaccination site for the borough and smaller sites that are accessible to the community. The borough president and I are also working really hard on getting door-to-door vaccination, because there are probably tens of thousands of people in uptown Manhattan that, because of medical reasons, can't safely go to a vaccination site. They're homebound. There's no solution for them right now. And in fact, we heard a bill in the city council last week that would mandate a plan to get vaccination to people at home. Other states are doing it. They're doing it now with the Moderna vaccine. It can be done. You can use a refrigerated truck. We need that for people in our community who are being left behind. And lastly, on the vaccination front, while we're working to improve the website, and we need to, we have got to get beyond the internet as a way to register people. We have to be out there on the street, going door to door, knocking on doors with bilingual, multilingual teams, ready to sign people up where they're at, whether they have a computer or not, or internet or not, or a smartphone or not. That's how we're going to tackle some of the real disparities in vaccination. I do want to mention now the other challenge that we're facing in this epidemic, in this pandemic, which is the rise of variants in New York City. And this is not a hypothetical anymore. Just a few hours ago, New York City, for the first time, released data on the most prominent variant right now in this country, in this city, in the world, which is the one that was first discovered in the United Kingdom. It's known by its technical name, B117. It is here. It's here in the 5 boroughs of New York City. We got confirmed today that over 6% of all the new cases of COVID-19 in New York City have been identified as being caused by this new variant. It is far more contagious. This is extremely serious. It is predicted to double as a share of virus spread every 10 days, which means that within 3 or 4 weeks, the majority of people who get COVID-19 in New York City are going to be getting and potentially spreading this new variant. So while I am really optimistic about what the outlook is a few months from now, and especially the late spring and summer, when I think we could have a much better summer than we had in 2020. I'm really worried about the next few weeks and about the month of March. And so I just implore all of you as leaders in the community, while we're fighting to get more people vaccinated, we can't stop fighting to protect ourselves from a virus which is still infecting on average 4,000 people a day in New York City. And finally, because I know that Chair Benjamin is going to ask about the comprehensive plan, I'll just say a word or two about it, and I'm happy to take follow-up questions. But this is a really big proposal. It's a complicated proposal. It's still taking shape. And I myself am still getting up to speed on some of the more obscure components to it. There's a really big, important goal that I certainly support, which is to get beyond the era of rezonings in New York City, which are done in a haphazard, piecemeal way that has led to a lot of inequity in the kinds of neighborhoods that are getting rezoned and the kinds of projects that are getting approved. We have a chance, I think, to score a big win for equity by looking at this comprehensively. There's also provisions in this proposal that would provide, that would apply a racial equity lens to the city's capital budget, something that's sorely missing. So we really evaluate that all parts of the city and all neighborhoods of all backgrounds are getting adequate investment from our city's capital budget. And I think there's a provision in there that would probably elevate the power and importance of a very critical function that you play as a community board, which is your annual statement of needs, which I don't think is getting adequate attention. And this plan would seek to give it greater weight. But there are a lot of questions about how all this would work, about the practicality, about the cost, about how long it would take. And many advocates in CB12 have raised them to me, and I've heard many valid concerns. It's also true that community boards have really not been given enough opportunity to weigh in and consider it. And so I'll say that I'll do whatever I can as member of the council to get you as much time as you need to get your response on the record. I understand that it's a highly rushed timeline right now of 72 hours, and that's probably impractical. So the borough president mentioned it. I'm going to say it as well. And I see that we're still joined by my friend and colleague, Councilmember Rodriguez, who seems to be joining us from mass transit. That's great. And so I'll work with Councilmember Rodriguez to make sure that that you get as much time as you need, Community Board 12, to get your response on the record officially. So I'm going to pause there. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Mark, Dennis, Gail, each and every one of the representatives of the elected officials. We learned so much by your Wayne. Is that?
Yeah, I just had a question or a comment for Mark. And Mark, you're right that it is very rushed and it's also very complicated. And there are a number of things that appear to be positive, but we really have not been given the time to digest it, and anything that you, Councilman Rodriguez, the borough president, can do so that not just CB12, but this impacts 59 community boards. so that we have, more time to respond intelligently would really be appreciated.
Agreed. You have my commitment to push for that way.
Thank you. Any other questions before I move on? Again, thank you all. Representatives Mariel, Orlando, Wendy, Erica, each and every one of you, the elected officials, thank you for making sure that we are well represented. Now we're going to move on to the committee resolutions. Ariel Miranda from the Housing and Human Services Committee. Ariel, floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. So thank you so much for giving me this time, Eliezer. I know I've gotten a lot of text messages from everyone. The reason we've specifically been looking to now hold this resolution as is because this morning, specifically, we got, for practically the first time throughout my entire chairmanship and while emailing for months on end DHS, the opportunity to actually hear from them. They've actually been willing to come forward now. And it's, of course, just not appropriate that it's the very day we're talking about a resolution, the day that we want to put this on the agenda. But I said, I'm going to be willing to listen to them, to hear from them as to what they have already been doing, and also take the time to ask them about what can be done. To be clear here, the resolution is not going to be off the table. It's not going to be off the table, period. That's just one of the things I wanted to be clear about. One of the other reasons why I want to make sure that we actually had that opportunity to also listen to DHS is partly because there's also been a lot of misinformation. Since this past month, when we went to the committee and we have been talking about this very matter, there's been claims that, one, this building is not even owned by the city of New York, which is just downright false. There's been claims that essentially this is operating in its own capacity and it's up to itself to self-manage. So I also want to make sure that this resolution is passing. I take it very serious when my own community is not even being informed of the resources, plus not to mention the spaces that are available to it if being utilized to the full capacity. And there is that capacity. I think that it's odd that we are practically one of the sole and few communities that don't have a public board overseeing this very enormous property that's within our district. If you look across the city of New York, this is very typical. Look at the Trust for Governors Island. Look at the Brooklyn Bridge Park Corporation. I can name off hundreds. And this is not happening in our own community. I've heard from countless advocates about how we could better utilize space. And this happens already. Just actually this past year or two, we've seen a community already do this with their own armory. Bedford Union Armory has now been restructured and reutilized, rezoned, sorry, rather, even to actually implement far more services than we are actually getting right now with that armory. So I am going to be more than fair. I'm going to give that opportunity to DHS, who have not spoken to us for over roughly about 2 years now, who have been in this conversation or should be in this conversation with us for over 6, almost 7 years now. I want to do right by this community. I want to make sure that I am not just pushing or being perceived to push an agenda that is solely my own. Because this has not been about me. This has not been about any one individual organization. This has always been about countless families who've needed services. This pandemic has laid bare every single inequity that exists. And I take it serious when we talk about mental health. I take it serious when we talk about the health disparities. I take it serious when we look at the kids that quite frankly do not get the services they need. Is that capacity?
Is that open for questions?
Yeah, I will open it for.
I'm gonna do 2 minutes per question or opinions that you guys may have. It was Liz the first one? Were you the first one, Liz? Because I'm trying to kind of look at the screen and starting from the left, or does it start from the right? Who
Hard
was
to
the first
say.
one?
I think the way the package lists it is whoever's on top was the first one. So I just want to say briefly.
Top right or top left?
The top, so I think since my name is on top, I think it's because I was the first. So just very briefly, I applaud the idea of holding accountability, of making sure that the community board has a strong role in this, of supporting community programming in the Armory. And while I think it's kind of disgusting that DHS took this long to get their acts together to respond to us, I think that ultimately we will have a much stronger statement and a much better resolution if we are able to include the participation of DHS, the parts that we agree with and the parts that we don't. So I appreciate holding the resolution, and I look forward to the discussion at your next committee meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
My assumption is that Aisha is next. Is it?
Yes, thank you. So I have a statement that I prepared. I object to the removal of the Armory resolution meant to finally address this mismanagement. The first resolution I authored on this board in 2014 was the genesis of this work, and the vast majority of the information therein, its 4 pages, was obtained due to my partnering with community members in its pursuit. It's 2021 now, 7 years later. I wrote it then because Alize Beal, liaison to the mayor at the time, admitted the Armory was grossly underutilized and she had difficulty getting answers from within the mayor's office. Instead of being supported as a rookie for taking initiative, I immediately became persona non grata and treated as radioactive by those with agendas, and that resolution was tabled then. The overt actions and microaggressions I have experienced persistently have caused me a great deal of anxiety and has made me want to leave this board, but I'm here for the community I love, not those who have played a part in that. And other community members were forced to investigate on our own outside of the CB12 process because of that stonewalling. I was only one, it was only when I became chair of Housing and Human Services and learned it actually was HHS purview that I was able to pick it up and address it. I got targeted because of it many times and many ways, and was told repeatedly by the previous chair to stand down on the Armory matter or else. The current chair was made aware of that at the time. I was removed from not 1, but 3 leadership positions in one swipe and never had the opportunity to properly address the grievances with how I had been treated. This despite my being named in the borough president's admonishment, which the inclusion resolution meant to prevent bias is a product of. This additional delay of this agenda item and removing it before it could even make it to the general meeting yet again is a continuation of that dynamic. Behind the scenes, the same members who have conflicts, the agency which is guilty of gross negligence and the retaliation, and others who are complicit are pulling strings to suppress the truth, which has been obtained through numerous FOIA attempts, other research, and logging of ongoing activity at the Armory throughout the years. Stop the injustice and community theft of this resource. Let the resolution move forward. The agency has come before us. They have done a cat and mouse game evading this issue. They have intentionally not showed up. The borough president had to beg them to show up when I was chairing those meetings. They have come, and they have come without answers despite the questions being given to them via email. This is intentional because it is all about covering up their own negligence. The idea that the Armory Foundation has not had an opportunity is also false. They have also been before us.
Aisha, let's give other people an opportunity to speak. Who was next? Mariel?
I think Tanya had her hand up first.
Tanya had her before you. Okay, good. I'm just going through the screen thing.
Sorry.
Hang on a second.
Thank you, Mariel. I'm coming at this from a non-emotional standpoint. What I'm trying to say is this: the 2 things. I think I'm looking at it from a process sort of viewpoint and standpoint. I think it's very convenient that DHS decided to reach out on the day on the day when this was going to be presented. That's one. And I think that, you know, when we have resolutions, anybody could come up and say something at the last minute. Are we pulling resolutions for that reason? I think there was work that was put into that resolution. I think the procedure should have been that it just came before it was passed by your committee, Ariel, and it should have just come before the board. Now, if the full board wanted to had extra questions and wanted to vote it down, then that's a prerogative, right? But to pull something that has been already approved in a committee and is supposed to now go forward to the full board, I have a question about that. And I'm not really easy with that type of thing, because that could be abused. And that can happen with anything that someone decides they're uncomfortable with being brought before the full board. So that's really my main concern, is that just let it process happen. If is there additional information that you receive from DHS that could have been brought to the floor, so that we are aware, and then that would have influenced other board members' decisions in terms of how they vote. Right. So I just don't like how this is being done. I think it's a Pandora's box, and it opens up the door for censorship and other things that could happen. Thank you.
I'll actually do
Next up is Mariela, and then Steve.
Sorry, I just want to.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's okay. No worries. So yeah, and that is partly the concern. But there's also the concern that if we allow for folks to start putting out false information, and then they turn those votes because people think that they're actually being told the truth, when in fact they are not, it will not go the way that it should with the truth. And that's partly the issue. I know what we've looked at. Even last night, I spent time just trying to show Eliasad some of the resources that exist in the city. There is a database, Department of Buildings, right there. You can always confirm who is the owner, the city of New York. It's not a private owner. You can look on Checkbook NYC.
But this board has known that for several years now.
And there's
That should not be in question.
Sorry, Aisha, sorry. There is millions of dollars that pour in from the city of New York for services, for maintenance. Millions of dollars.
Okay, yeah, because I'm sure there are many other questions, and I'm sorry. The next one is Mariel, and then Steve.
Yes, thank you, Eleazar. Just a few things. I'm obviously still new to the community board, but since joining the Housing and Human Services Committee, I've learned quite a bit about this issue, and I understand it's quite complex. What I will say is I'll echo kind of two bits of what Tanya just mentioned, which one being, yes, very much convenient timing on DHS's side. And we do have to be careful because it could set a precedent for other issues to come forward and to do the exact same thing. So we need to be careful. On the flip side, I will also say, from Ariel's standpoint, there is a lot of kind of misinformation and, you know, different things that are being thrown around and phone calls and this and that. What I will say is I invite everyone to the committee meeting. DHS, they said they're going to be there, so we'll hopefully hear from them and we can ask all the questions we want. But and I'll also agree with Ariel, this is not, we're not saying that we're not going to put forward this resolution. We're going to give them an opportunity to answer some of these questions, and then we can take it from there. Thank you.
Steve?
Yes, thank you. I would ask that the Armory Foundation also be given an opportunity at the committee meeting to give its side of the story. It looks to me from this resolution that the resolution reflects only one side and not the other. And the Armory Foundation, I'm sure, could respond to a lot of the statements that are made in that resolution, and should have a chance to do so before the board takes any position on this at all. And I would also say that I don't believe that this is at all analogous to either the Brooklyn Bridge Park or to Governor's Island, both of which I am familiar with. And the fact of the matter is, this building is owned by the city of New York. The ultimate responsibility is with the Department of Homeless Services. And we have a city agency which is already run by city officials. We don't need to create a board with other city officials and create another layer of bureaucracy to oversee this building. We have a city agency that has that responsibility. They chose to enter into a license agreement with the Armory Foundation to have the foundation maintain much of this building, the portion not operated by DHS itself as a homeless shelter. And we should hear from DHS as to how it is monitoring that aspect of the agreement.
I'm going
Thank
to
you.
point of order. Steve, you work for Parks. I don't believe
That's right. And I have every right to comment on this issue. And I also have a ruling from the Conflicts of Interest Board that I'm even entitled to vote on this resolution because the Parks Department is not financially involved with this project. So I have no conflict of interest.
it does have responsibility.
Sorry.
I have no conflict of interest.
Okay. Next up, Nobles. And
Thanks, Chair. Thank you very much. And thank you for all the conversations we're having tonight. These are all extremely important.
Yes.
I certainly don't envy Ariel's position. And I honestly think that you are certainly the right person to have for this particular conversation, which a lot of folks have said before is extremely complex, but extremely vital to our community. I also, see and agree with Aisha that, I've spoken with Gary and his team many times. I am, and I'll say this, with my heart on my sleeve, that is a community space and should be used for the community. And so, I understand where she's coming from in terms of, justice delayed being justice denied here. And it doesn't seem like we're getting equal justice when it comes to this particular piece of this conversation, where it's a matter of parliamentary precedence, as Marielle said before, and also fairness for the process. That's a tough place to be for you, Ariel. And I appreciate the way you're trying to handle this. That being said, to make the decision to pull, yes, it does create a precedence, but I also believe that you feel, and I'm sorry, this is not a question, this is a statement, but I feel that you feel that DHS maybe this time around is coming in good faith. And the thing is that I appreciate that. Now, if they do not actually perform in good faith, I also think that now that they've set a precedent with you and to the rest of the board from a fairness perspective, in terms of polling this, I think that you need to go in on them if they do not come in good faith, and perhaps consider making a resolution of no confidence with the leadership and making sure that goes to the highest levels of our local government. So, I appreciate what you're trying to do here. I hear the arguments. I too am with you on a good faith of the DHS, even though they've screwed us before, to be quite honest. But you need to make sure there's repercussions if they come at it again this way.
Point of order. I want to remind this board that we passed a resolution in the past due to the fact that DHS would not cooperate in showing up at the meetings of Housing and Human Services when I was chairing those meetings. We had to pass a resolution insisting that they honor the spirit of the charter in interagency communications and them showing up at our meetings. That
point of order, Mr. Chairman.
It was a majority vote on that.
Yeah.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
To begin with, Aisha's point of order was not a point of order. I don't know what it was, but it wasn't a point of order. But that, and again, I know Aisha was bringing us information, but technically it wasn't a point of order. And I think the information was very valuable. Okay. The other thing, because Nobles, I believe it was, spoke about precedent, it turns out that, and generally you don't see it, resolutions have been pulled most often by the committee chair numerous times over the years. And it's usually due to some technical fault in the resolution, like some wording slipped by that's so awful that, and it turns out coincidentally, of course, it makes sense that You know, as Ariel pointed out, since DHS is coming, we hold a resolution because we will be in an even better position to have a even more appropriate resolution after we hear from them. But I just wanted to make it clear that, and I think that the issue of good faith is also very important, because each of these times that I'm aware of, the resolution was always pulled for the right reasons. So I just wanted to give you that input. Thank you very much.
That Barbara Gabriela Ozzy.
Okay. I'm just a second. I have to get back here. My point on this is, and I believe it was in 2018, we passed a resolution in the Housing and Human Services Committee strongly in support of GDS to remain in the Armory building and not be evicted. And in that resolution, we strongly supported the use of the Armory building by use of the community, so that the Community Board 12 already stands strongly in that position. And that is the position of Community Board 12. The issue here seems to be in this resolution, seems to be trying to create an outside oversight committee, because the Armory Foundation and DHS continues to violate the terms and spirit of the lease that exists. So the issue of this resolution is the proper mechanism to create sort of a external affairs bureau, external affairs committee to oversight the lease. And I'm not sure that that's the way to go. I mean, maybe a lawsuit is the way to go. Maybe, something through that our city council members and our borough president have got to step up. That's the way to go. Believe me, I agree with what Noble said. On my sleeve, I fully agree that should be a place that's full of kids and resources and tutoring and sports and available to at low income use for the community at all times. But I don't think the creation of some sort of oversight group is going to have the legal or technical or political muscle to accomplish that. I look at where our political people have failed to say, hey, you're not going to have any money. We are pulling this, and we're pulling DHS funding till you do it right. That's where the problem lies.
Thank you so much. The next, Barbara Gabriela Ozzy, Catherine, and Dara.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I wrote what I have to say so I can maximize my time. Regardless of a specific organization or a particular interest, as some might probably call this question, I want to know why this particular city agency took so long to answer the request, not only from the community, but also from the elected officials of all levels, that they have requested a conversation among the different parties involved. Why now they are willing to discuss this issue, and why this was just removed before the full board actually voted whether to keep it or not. And excuse my ignorance, and that's why we have a wonderful one and only parliamentarian, but I would like to know, I mean, I wanted to have the chance to say, I would like to vote to keep it or vote to dismiss it. And I really think that timelines, time frames, and deadlines matters. And I think it's too little, too late. Thank you.
Okay, Gabriela. Let me see who's next.
It was Ozzy.
Ozzy, Darrell,
Okay.
and then you, Catherine.
So, Ariel, it seems to be that the committee is a little surprised about what's happening now. I'm assuming, correct me if I'm wrong, that the information you got this morning wasn't shared with the committee when you got it. So I may be wrong, but if I'm right, I think that that chair should really get into the habit that once information is coming in, to share that with their committee, because they have the same right to know about it at the same time while you guys, the chairs, I mean, know about that. In terms of DHS, I'm sorry. I think they got a lot of opportunities and they absolutely use that as a game. And I think that by not voting on that resolution today, you technically give them the veto power, which I don't think that they should get. They don't deserve it. You can always revise a resolution if there is something to update or revise. You can ask Wayne. We had the contextual zoning that we did, I don't know if it's 3 or 4 times in the last 10 or 15 years. So we can do that. So we should be in a point where we said we are voting for that resolution. And if you have something to say about it or come and talk to us, this is actually going to push them to come back to us and talk to us, not the other way around. So I'm saying, let's vote on that resolution today. And I'm sorry, DHS, you took too much time. And guess what? We're not waiting for you. That's what we should do tonight. Thank you.
I second that, and I motion that we
Catherine,
move
and
forward.
then Catherine, Darrell.
No, it was Daryl first. Actually.
Darrell and Catherine. My bad.
Oh, okay. Thank
I
you.
put a motion on the floor.
Well, you weren't recognized, so there are still other people with hands up. So I just want, this is more of a point of order, more for OC and Jim, I guess. And it's not specific to this issue, but this is the biggest issue right now, is how we're recording the chat or the Q&A. I know this is something that the borough president's office is starting to weigh in with other community boards. They often, others do it differently, but there's a lot of inappropriate, frankly, chat going on throughout the Q&A. And, you know, I'll call out, frankly, Gary, Theo, Deborah, that are really being inappropriate. And so I want to make sure that we are not recording. These are not part of the official meeting here.
No, I never add them to the minutes because it's not spoken.
Can you, Ozzy, allow him his 2 minutes, please?
No, thank you. No, I was done. And
yeah,
OC or Jim or whoever, I would like to hear from you on this matter.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, if I could comment on that.
Yes, please.
One of the reasons that when we started using Zoom, we intentionally turned the chat off. But unfortunately, now people have taken over the Q&A and used it as a chat, is because Robert's rules and essentially our bylaws require that there be one meeting. And in fact, there were 2 meetings going on. In fact, we actually had the chat on, and it may have been on at a committee meeting. I believe it was at a committee meeting. I recall it now. And there was this whole sort of now, as was happening with the Q&A, there was this whole other meeting going on there. And again, we're supposed to be having one meeting. So on some level, and you know, if the Q&A is going to be abused, and if people are going to, you know, behave on it in ways that are inappropriate or rude or whatever, we may even have to turn that off. I mean, again, we are having a meeting and the Q&A is for real purposes and it's not for people to vent. And again, so now you understand what the issue is. And in fact, it's a very severe issue. And I think it's probably something the executive committee might want to discuss.
Yeah, other executive boards, I think it's CB3, just not have the Q&A even on, just because of what Darrell just brought up. There's some sort of,
and some will offer it just so like maybe we can offer links to whatever we're talking about, like a resolution or something.
Some levels you just go into this
yeah.
space of
It was
personality.
mentioned that it could be limited,
Yeah.
you know, to a small, like, for example, if the executive committee is meeting, you could limit it to the executive committee and presumably they would use it properly. But,
Okay.
you know, again, this is something we need to discuss.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
And OC, I'm sorry, you were saying something too.
That it's not part of the minutes because it's not spoken, and I don't see it. You can't see it on a video, so nobody can track what was written, right?
It still has some sort of public to it, and it reflects badly on us. Just chatting and probably getting into some personal levels that we shouldn't have. I think there should be some level of respect. And if we don't agree with one another and our ideologies are different, then let's just be what they are, differences.
But Eli, we have to find a way to do the public session. The
We'll
people
figure
that
that
wanna,
out.
okay.
Yeah, we'll have a discussion about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Daryl. Always the voice of reason. Catherine.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I just lost my train of thought. Okay. So, I mean, I think to second what Barbara was saying earlier, I think as a board, we have spoken on the matter of the Armory multiple times. You know, I think even in 2016, 2017, so it was before. And even when it was solely the question about the eviction of GDS, okay, thank you, Aisha, 7 years. Even when it was solely on that eviction, we made sure that there was language within it that highlighted and that emphasized that there needs to be, I don't want to misquote what the resolution was, but that there needs to be an investigation into the matter, right? And so so there was always, has been a concern, has always been multiple resolutions about it. You know, I'm not trying to play like historian to the board, but I do think that's important. And that leads me into thinking about this current resolution that's spoken about. Is it, I guess my question is, you know, because obviously we don't have it, right? Is the spirit of the resolution, of the current resolution, the same iteration or kind of like the same spirit, right, of the last ones that we voted on? Or is there like new information that has come to light? Are there areas that perhaps, Ariel, that you guys have spoken about that is missing and is critical information to actually move forward? I don't want to speak for you, and I feel like a lot of folks are talking around DHS. I'm gonna speak for myself. We have always been clear that DHS does not come to here like many other city and state agencies because they want to or because they care to. And out of many agencies, there are some that are, you know, really nice and good and actually care about doing the work, and others that are dragging, and DHS doesn't even treat their whole business is treating people with respect, and we know that they don't do that, right? And so, you know, I think that I don't want to say it's about good faith. For me, my question and my point again is around the spirit of the resolution, and if it's the same or if there's new information to light that requires it to be tabled.
Thank you, Catherine. I have someone who has not spoken, Angel, and then Glennis Aquino.
See there, I think Glennis was up before me. She can go ahead and take first.
Glennis Aquino is our board member, and out of transparency and full transparency is that she works for the Armory Foundation. Glennis.
Thank you, Eli. Thank you, everyone. So I won't try to.
She is the chief administrative officer of the organization. This is a conflict.
Of what?
Excuse me, it's point of order.
Yes.
According to the city charter, employees of the city who have a conflict may not vote, but they are allowed to participate in discussion. And I believe that is why Eleazar specifically stated that she is employed by the Armory Foundation. So Eleazar stated that Glennis Aquino, our board member, is employed by the Armory Foundation, and she began to speak, and you then interrupted her to state what Eleazar had already said, that she works for the Armory Foundation, which is true, and that that's a conflict of interest, which is not true. So I respectfully request that she be allowed to speak now that we all know that she works for the Armory Foundation and that she is entitled to speak, but we needed to know that.
I would respectfully ask
Thank
that
you.
people look at our bylaws. I'm not talking about the city charter. I'm talking about our bylaws.
Yes, but our bylaws are superseded by the city charter.
Again, so maybe you're asking about bylaws amendments, but
I'm
this-
not asking.
Excuse
anything.
me.
Point of order.
Everyone, everyone, mute everybody.
The
Mute
back and
everybody.
forth is out of order.
Jim Berlin has his hand up. Why don't we let him move?
Okay. Jim, you have something to say, and then we're gonna have the Glennis have their say. Jim.
That's why we have a parliamentarian. But in fact, Liz was absolutely correct. It is either, in fact, it's none of these things. It's the conflict of interest board that came up with these rules, and we can actually get the specific ruling. But the point is, the whole purpose of the community board is to have the whole community talk, including the institutions. If you say their representative has a conflict of interest, it stymies the whole process. So we have a slightly different version, which Liz explained extremely well. People who have a conflict of interest, and it's not just people who work for the city. If I work for Joe's Bar and I want to talk, but I'm on the board and I want to talk about the bar, I will say I have a conflict of interest. And I have to say that before I speak, or it has to be announced before the person speaks, which is what Eleazar did. And then the person can speak all they want, just like any other board member. However, as Liz pointed out, they may not vote. So that's the deal. And we should just proceed. Liz was
Right,
actually
since that's
correct.
already established, thank you. Since that's already been established, thank you. Glennis, your 2 minutes.
Thank you. So I won't try to answer all of the things that are noted in the resolution in 2 minutes. But what I can say is that the Armory was not invited or given the opportunity to have any input on the previous resolution that was made at Housing and Human Services earlier this month. The last time that the Armory met with the committee was in January 2019. We were there with DHS, and it was a very long and thorough meeting, going over a lot of the things that are put into this resolution. That meeting happened about 2 years ago. And since that day, we haven't heard from anyone in that committee wanting to visit the Armory Foundation, wanting to ask us questions about our programming, wanting to ask us anything about anything happening inside of our building. So we were surprised when we saw this resolution and hadn't heard anything about it. So I just would like to ask that the Armory is given the same opportunity that DHS is being afforded to present our side of what is going on. I think that if the board is going to be presented with any information for any resolution and any assertions are made towards an organization, then the fair thing to do is to present the full picture and not just fragments that have been created, for however many years of investigation have been done. I think we need to be thorough, fair, and accurate and follow the facts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Glennis. Next up, someone who has not spoken.
I think it's me.
Angel, yeah, you. Sorry.
My question is, it's a procedural one. How was the decision made to pull the resolution from the agenda today?
Can you repeat your question again?
How was the decision made to pull the resolution off of the agenda today?
Ariel, you have an opportunity to answer.
Okay, prefer not to be muted next time. Anyways, so this was given everything that we had been already receiving, plus not to mention hearing that people were getting misinformed. And so if that was the case, then we would expect to already see that people would vote in the very opposition that we did not want. We wanted to ensure that people were going to be informed rather than being told these lies, such as a private building, and that it's not been essentially dealing with all these sorts of issues, because that's the very issue. And while I respectfully have taken in the perspective of the announcement, or rather, I guess you could say the letter that was sent by the Armory, it does not address everything that we've already discussed. It does not address how they actually had been saying they would be sending us demographic information of the people that were going to the Armory 2 years ago. I love how that was specifically left out of that letter. That was 2 years ago. They did not send that. So again,
Sure.
this is information that I want to
Sure.
make sure is clear.
Got it. No, so not to take up a lot more time. I just want to know who made the decision to pull it off of the agenda.
I did.
Got it. So I'm gonna just go back to the procedural piece. I think it could have been a conversation that could have been had with the entire board to decide to push this to a different month. I understand that a chair could have the opportunity to make that decision on their own, but in a democratic process, I think a committee had spoken and had pushed for the resolution to have been moved forward, and it was going to be up to the general board to decide to bring that down, push that, vote against that, and vote to move it to the following month. That's just my personal opinion on that.
Okay. All right, next up, someone who hasn't spoken. Yes, it's gonna be Mariel Domingo, and then Mariel, Aisha, and then wrap it up with Domingo. Or was it opposite?
I think Domingo and Aisha had their hands up first.
Okay, Domingo, Aisha. What was that, Catherine?
No, I'm saying Domingo hasn't spoken on this point yet. So
Okay, so it's Domingo
back
first.
to
Then. All
Mariel.
right, got it.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go on Gabriela's position and talk about it, because this resolution has been more controversial than anything, right? And I'm gonna tell the committee, Ariel did his due diligence, because even at the executive committee, it was attempted, stalled, and there was a precedent about to be created where people didn't know what they were voting on, and that's how a lot of votes were gonna swindle again.
That's a different resolution, FYI.
Can we allow him to finish?
Yes, again, so I'm very confused about this entire process. What I'm noticing here is that there is a president in this board, right? Nothing happens after a resolution is voted on and ratified. So the president is there, and what we have to talk about is what's going to be what's the follow-up process anytime a resolution has been voted on, because since I've been in this board, this has been a back and forth. We pass a resolution, it goes, and nothing technically happens. So my thing is, like, and I would encourage all our colleagues here, is we pass resolutions and we don't even know what happens next, and we keep having the same conversations over and over and over again. So if there is a precedent that has been created, is that there's no follow-up, and I think it's time, and I think the times are demanding it. Like, there has to be something done after a vote happens, and there has to be a follow-up, maybe the next meeting, or a sort of like note of delivery, like what happened, like what's happening after we vote on a resolution. And I'm still confused about that, because that's the president that we currently have.
Okay. 9:30 people. This has already been 9. It's already been 3 hours since we started our meeting.
This is another parliamentary thing,
Last
because
comment.
if I might, one sentence answer to Domingo's question. When we pass a resolution, it is sent presumably in a very brief amount of time to the affected party. So if we're telling the housing authority to do blah, 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 they will get the resolution. The mayor will get the resolution. All of our elected officials will get the resolution. And that's pretty much what happens. We send out the resolution. Now, they may do something, they may not, but you are correct that the resolution should be sent out in a timely manner, and I believe in most of the cases that is. Thank you.
Which is why a vote of no confidence will be what it should be, Domingo.
We're not do that interjection thing. I
just
really
want to
appreciate
follow
that.
up to the parliamentarian, which is, but the members don't know. So we vote on things that we don't get follow-up for.
So,
okay.
I'm not sure what you mean, unfortunately.
Excuse me. Let's just follow through. Maria, Aisha, then Maria.
So the resolution.
Maria recently spoke.
The resolution in regards to tracking and giving credit for the work that's being done is meant to address exactly that. And in regards to whether resolutions are going expeditiously to where they are supposed to go, I've witnessed so many times where that is not the case. Specifically in Housing and Human Services, while I was the chair there was one specific resolution that took a year, even though I was emailing the office consistently and talking to the chair and other members about what is happening with this resolution. They try to send it back to committee and have it re-voted on when it had already been ratified. It should have been ratified by vote by the full board. It's got to stop. But the point that I wanted to speak on was in Ariel's defense. And in response to what Glennis has said, she wrote an email after the first meeting that Ariel ran about the Armory issue, admonishing him for not personally inviting her to the meeting. And he informed her that it was on the agenda, as all matters always are, right? And that she should look for future meetings so that she's aware when they're going to be. And it ended up being on the next meeting. So to say that you were not informed or aware is really not what's happening. Furthermore, that kind of thing is the same thing that I was experiencing when I was chair, pushed from all sides to suppress and intimidate and make claims as if, there's not inclusion happening. These are open meetings. This has to stop. It's time to address the fact that that building is not serving our community the way that it should. If any of you spend any time there, you will see often that there's crickets in that building, in a community where we beg for resources, where our statement of needs list regularly all the things that we would love to have in our budget rankings when we put them forward to the city, and we have a 2-acre building sitting there. And for 7 years, I specifically have tried to address it, and I've been targeted because of it. It's enough already. Guys should be embarrassed that this is happening on your watch. It's enough. Give that building back to the community the way it's supposed to be.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Aisha.
Aisha. Mariel, Liz, you're the last one. Can wrap up. It's 9:30.
Yeah, no, I was actually just going to say, Aisha kind of touched on some of it, which is exactly that. What happens in committee, it's public information. So I encourage you all to please attend the next meeting. I encourage everyone should be reading the minutes. It's public information. It's open to everyone. So it's no excuse for any of us to say, well, we didn't know or I didn't know. We're all on the emails. We're all on the listserv. Thank you.
I'm sorry, can I say one more thing? Because can I say in response to what was just said? And I'll make it quick.
Yeah, go ahead, Tanya. Go ahead.
Okay. So again, we're setting a precedent that I don't think is a slippery slope. People, we're not just the community, right? The community may not know where to find the committee information. You understand what I'm saying? Like, it's not just about our 50 members. This should be a public process. So any concerns about this resolution could have been brought to this floor tonight. If there was any inaccuracies, it could have been taken out as an amendment. If there were information that needed to be included, that could have been included as an amendment. Oh, and then whatever information people heard, they could have decided to vote it down and send it back to committee anyway. So it's about how we are perceived in this public as censoring things or trying to hide something. I'm not saying that's what we're doing. I'm saying, but that is the perception. And we are contributing to that perception by doing it this way. I understand the concerns that Ariel is bringing up, but it's about the process and how we're doing this stuff that contributes to negative thinking about the way we do our business on this board. We could have just done the process. It passed committee. Bring it to the general board and let the general board then decide what they want to do with it and with the information. I just don't like agencies deciding they're going to tell us when and where we're going to present resolutions. They don't get to do that, especially when they've ignored us for years. I just think this is a slippery slope, and I think you do this now, you're going to do other things. Get ready.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank
you, Tanya. Liz, wrap up. Move on.
Thank you.
As a reminder, I put a motion on the
Excuse me,
floor.
Aisha.
Let her. There's
I
nothing
just
on
want
the
to
floor
say I
'cause
put a
you
motion on the
haven't
floor.
spoken.
Aisha.
Yes.
We're never
Aisha, mute
recognized.
everyone.
Okay.
Mute everybody.
I have the floor. Thank you. I would like to say that while I do not like the fact that this is off the agenda, and I believe, as many people have stated, it would have been better for it to have been on the floor, for there perhaps to have been a motion to table, which my guess is probably would have passed. The fact remains, while I do not like the fact that we are here, we are where we are. There was a motion to adopt the agenda. And while there were some objections to adopting the agenda, there was not a majority. So by majority rule, not unanimous rule, by majority rule, we adopted an agenda. I don't like that, but we are where we are. And where we are is that the next item on the agenda is Ariel's other resolution about requiring that this board have some kind of tracking mechanism for making sure that the things that we resolve do get acted on. There was passed on January 22nd of 2019, the resolution around the armory. And I think that if we had a resolution that really tracked how we monitor our resolutions, we wouldn't be having this conversation. So I respectfully request that we move the agenda.
Second.
Thank you. Second. Alrighty. So Ariel, the second resolution, or the resolution that we're going to be voted on, the resolution to amend the bylaws to implement a tracking system for resolutions. 3 minutes, please.
So let me actually just share the screen. I'll make it just a bit easier on everyone. Yeah. So pretty much just going through quickly. Whereas other government bodies which vote on matters specific to their purview include within their bills, resolutions, the names of the members introduced, who introduced the matter for review as sponsors. Whereas Community Board 12 is a government body which votes on matters in the form of resolutions.
Please don't read the whole thing. We never do that.
It's literally less than a page. Anyways, Jim, you're interrupting. Point
Yeah,
is,
but we don't read the whole resolution. I'm sorry. Read the be it resolved.
Can you okay, all right. Let's just can you just read a few whereases and then get to the resolve? It's 9:45.
and that's not a parliamentary role. But anyways, you want to run it while you do. Anyways, it's essentially going to come out to say, be it resolved, Community Board 12, Executive IT Task Force, devise a protocol for tracking all resolutions from inception through ratification, and if applicable, implementation. And that those members who play an active role in bringing matters to the board, advocating for, researching, and authoring resolutions be noted on each resolution, published on the committee and full board level, and when ratified.
So,
and I'll open it up so people can start.
Okay, is that it?
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna take 5 questions or observations, and I'm gonna take 10 minutes on this resolution, please. 2 minutes. Who was the first? Aisha, were you the first one?
yes. So first, I want to say, all due respect to Ariel, of course, he's the chair of the Housing and Human Services Committee, and the resolutions that come out of committee, well, it didn't come out of the Housing and Human Services Committee because it actually was voted on in executive. But I'm the author of this resolution specifically because of the experience I've had with many resolutions over time, over the 7 years or going on 8 that I've been a member. In that regard, when it moved from HHS to executive, I took comments from Mariel and Etta on grammatical and just better wording that could have been added. And so I was looking to see if that resolution was a reflection. That's part of why I was trying to get that from the office before it came to the full board, to make sure that it reflected those changes that happened before it got to exec. And it's simple grammar, whereas it is required by city charter that all resolutions be archived for public review. Be it resolved that Community Board 12 Executive Committee and IT Task Force devise a protocol and or system for tracking all resolutions from inception through ratification, and if applicable, through implementation. And I think I skipped over the third whereas it is prudent that CB12 take actions to ensure that matters are handled in a timely manner on the committee level once said matters are introduced by board members and members of the public. Those are the changes that were submitted by the members of the Housing and Human Services Committee before it went to exec. So I just wanted to make sure that it reflected that.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. The next up is what? Catherine?
Yeah, so I don't know, I guess, I don't know if you have to accept that, Ariel?
Yeah, is that a friendly amendment? Is that what you're referring?
Yeah. And that's
Sorry, I was just gonna say, I think that one was already accepted once the I guess like those comments got taken. Because yeah, we were, I think we might have quickly discussed it, but yeah, essentially there's the whereas that CB12 take actions to ensure that matters are handled timely on the community level. Once that matters are introduced by board members and members of the public.
Yeah, Marielle just felt that the wording was a little off, and so I accepted that from her, and then Etta made some other suggestions, which it's like not something so serious, but I just thought that it did work better, and so I'm just asking that it be accepted.
If you don't mind, Aisha, any changes that you might like, just text them so that we can legend.
Yeah, he's actually already shared on it. He's already shared on it, but I think he copied it before the changes were made.
Oh, all right. Appreciate that, Aisha.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Chair, I have a point of order which may actually speed things up. It turns out, although the resolution says it changes the bylaws, it technically doesn't. It creates this structure sort of independent of the bylaws, and there's nothing wrong with that. In order to change the bylaws, we have to change the wording of the bylaws, and this doesn't do that. Furthermore, if we change the bylaws, we can't do it tonight. We have to wait another month. So I think if we just change the heading, and the heading actually may not even be part of the resolution. The key is we are creating this structure, and the bylaws doesn't say we can't, and it doesn't say we can. So, and now at some point we will put it in the bylaws, but we don't have to amend the bylaws to create this mechanism. Gavish? And right. If you agree to that, which I would imagine, then we can vote on it tonight.
I've already made that change, if that's okay.
Thank you. Good job.
Wayne.
I think I was first.
Who was ours? Debbie? No, go ahead.
I can go on top. I just want to say, and maybe I'm in the minority, but I think that in terms of history of the development of a resolution, that the minutes of committee meetings and the general meetings should be reflecting that. And I guess, and I don't know if I'm in the minority on this, I don't like the idea of putting people's names. I mean, we're a community board, we act via resolution, everything one hopes benefits by discussion, both at the committee level and the general meeting amongst a diverse group that gives a better result and back and forth. And it's not about us as individuals, to me. That's just my opinion. So yeah, that's it.
All right. Point well taken. Thank you for saving us a few minutes. Next up, next to you anyways, was Steve Simon.
Thank you. I support this resolution. I've been talking about how this board does insufficient follow-up on its resolutions for a number of years. And I'm glad to see that we're now talking about creating some kind of structure, making it clear that we expect our staff to follow up. If we don't get an answer from the city agencies or from anyone on a resolution that we have sent to them, I believe there should be a standard practice that you don't hear from them in 3 weeks, you call them up, you ask them for a response. There should be an expectation that we're entitled to a response. And I've made the point before that every time we send somebody a resolution, the final paragraph should say, we are looking forward to your response. We don't do that. And so I think, people just shrug their shoulders and say, okay, thank you for sending us your opinion. I think it's very important that we reiterate when we send out this any resolution that it's not part of the resolution, it's the closing paragraph before the chair signs. We are hoping for your positive response. We're looking forward to hearing from you, some kind of language along those lines. I would also ask or suggest, as what I hope will be perceived as a friendly amendment, that you add another whereas. I think it would be the 6th whereas, that all resolutions should be made available to the community prior to the board meetings. When people attend our meetings, they should know what exactly we're voting on. They should be able to see what these resolutions are. Right now, as far as I know, they're only being sent to the board members and not to the general public. I think that's a failure on our part. And I want to say that I agree with Debbie. I don't think we need to keep track of people's names. I think, in fact, it detracts from our resolutions, since the resolutions speak on behalf of the whole board once they're voted on, and not on behalf of any particular members.
Thank you, Steve. Sally, last one up is Wayne Benjamin. Not up, but the last one from this session, Sally.
Okay, hold on. Okay, I agree with what Steve just said. In fact, most important, I think, is that they're available to the community before the meetings, because otherwise the comments are just informed by what they hear. The public session's over, all of a sudden we're talking about all these resolutions, and maybe the reason that people use Q&A is because they don't have an opportunity to read what we're talking about. And that was it. The other thing is, well, just one note, which is what we were sent out by the office actually has a lot of the suggested changes. At least I got a Word document that includes what the changes were suggested by Ella and others. And so we can just look at that to make sure that all the changes are accepted, or somebody can.
Thank you, Sally. Thank you so much once again. Tanya, Jim, and
Okay. Yeah, very quickly, I agree with what Steve said. Reiterate his points. I think they were very well taken. I wanted to say one thing, and then I want to suggest an amendment. One of the things I wanted to say in terms of putting names, I agree that this is, at the end of the day, these are all things that, are speaking for the board. But the problem is when we are trying to decide, people's work and whether they should be, rewarded based on merit, it's important to know what their work is and what their contributions have been to the board. And I think that does need to be tracked, and people do need to know that, because, as a people that's had a lot of things stolen from them in terms of credit and things and contributions, I'm not comfortable with contributions not necessarily being put somewhere where that can be looked at later. The amendment I have is, I just want to know if this is, how far back are you going to go in terms of logging this? Are we talking about we're going to go back all the way to logging things? And how many years are we talking? Are we just doing it going forward? What is that, and how can that be? The language can be reflected in terms of where this is going to start, the time frame of this logging of the resolutions and recording them. Aisha, do you know, or Ariel?
I'm sorry, can you say that last part again?
In terms of how are we going all the way back? Are we asking the board staff to now go back and log all the resolutions, or are we starting it going forward, or are we starting a few years back? Where does it start in terms of the requirement?
It's not completely possible to go all the way back, because it hasn't been tracked. Right? But going forward, the hope is that it wouldn't be contingent on the staff itself to have to consistently do it, but that an automated process be implemented to make it easy. It actually should take work off the table of the office and not the other way around.
I think you just should be clear that it's going forward. It's not grandfathered. It's going forward. That's all.
Thank you, guys. Jim, Wayne, that'll be wrap up this session before we move on to your presentation of the resolution, Wayne.
So I agree with Debbie that we as a community board should be, if this were the city council or the state legislature, maybe, and we wanted to go on to higher office or whatever, then this might be, tracking the people. And so that's the only thing I'm talking about. then that might be appropriate. But at a community board level, I don't think it's appropriate. I agree with Debbie that in fact it's less than helpful. And in fact, if the resolution is amended to remove the tracking of the people, that part, then I will vote for it, and otherwise I will abstain. So that is how strongly I feel. Thank you.
Is it a friendly amendment?
Wayne, question?
Yeah, so.
Yes, it's a friendly amendment.
Do you accept that, Ariel or Aisha? Yes or
What
no?
was the exact amendment you're referring to?
Basically, you take out the whole stuff about tracking the individuals who put it together. We're interested in what's happening with the resolution, and as Steve Simon so correctly pointed out, we need to find out what happens after the fact. We can't just send it out and then
Thank you. 2 1-minute questions.
All the stuff about the individual, and that doesn't need to be there. And I think that will make the resolution far more palatable to many people.
Okay, 2 1-minute answers. Ariel and then Aisha. Or Aisha, you
Actually,
go first, and then
was
Ariel.
I up? Or
No,
I'm-
I need to answer this. Ariel, you go 1 minute answer, and then Aisha, you take another crack at it. 1 minute. Go.
I'll do less, I promise. I'm going to say no to that amendment. We are actually constructed based off the very design of the New York City Council, which does this. So no, I refuse that.
Okay, Aisha.
So, in my opinion, I think that giving credit where credit is due is important. I think it could maybe incentivize some members on the board to participate more, to support the work more. I don't think that it's fair that many people exhaust themselves in this board doing many things, and at times people are erased. Their work is work.
Yep.
I've been a victim of that. And in fact, it has been used against me. And really, there is no system and you do it in good faith, but there is no system to say, no, actually, here's what she actually did. It doesn't exist. And so anyone at any time can say she didn't do anything. And I don't think that that's just or proper.
Isn't that reflected in the minutes?
No, not completely. The minutes is usually just a documentation of the conversation, not the history. It's not whether the person, and I'm not saying you're going to list all the activities that a person did, but if the person is the one that started the ideation,
Wayne, thank you. I
and
appreciate that.
invested most of their time, they should get credit for that.
Thank you. Appreciate your answer. Wayne, this is it on this subject.
Yeah, so I echo some of the comments that were made by Steve and Debbie. I think the focus really needs to be on what is the work that is being done by the board, and as important, what is the work that's being done by the committee. And quite frankly, a lot of the conversations that we've gotten into over the past few years has been focused less on the business of the board, and it's more on personalities. And I'm not certain that this is going to help with that. We absolutely should track the resolutions and what happens with them. And one of the things that should happen is when it's issued, the committee that presented it to the board should either be copied or they should get a copy of it so they know what in fact happens. I constantly in land use asking, where is it, what happened? So that's important. Also, I think that the resolved is asking for the executive committee / IT task force to do this. I think it is the community board should be resolving this, not the executive committee or our task force. It should be the community board making this resolution.
Thank you, Catherine. Since I think we've heard a lot of opinions, and I think that we're ready to vote on it once it's time to vote for or against it. Were you raising your hand, or were you
Yes,
just?
I was. I don't have the ability, unfortunately. So I had two things I wanted to propose as friendly amendments. One is in the resolved in terms adding in collaboration with the community board staff. There are a lot of things, this isn't work that we're all necessarily going to be doing. We're asking the staff to do stuff. And I think it's important to hear from their perspective what might be, responses and barriers that other agencies have, because I know oftentimes we do pass resolutions that are more commemorative or more systemic and won't have immediate results. So I think it's important to have their voices in this process. And secondly, the resolves don't necessarily, oh, never mind. Yes, no, I was right. The resolve don't address necessarily crediting sponsors or co-sponsors, even though it's in the title. So I think if that is not being accepted as a friendly amendment, then it needs to be specified of, is it the actual internal process where we track that we're tracking who's the main authors, or is it actually on the resolution that gets sent or that's ratified? Because that's unclear it's not reflected in the result.
2 takes, 1 minute Aisha, 1 minute Ariel. Go.
So the intention was to begin to create a process, and we can all weigh in about what that looks like ultimately. But the intention was definitely to credit people for their work. So like, for instance, if you came up with an idea that no one else was thinking about, and you said, here's what this is, here's what I'm working on, and you go out and you do all the research, and a couple of members say, you know what, I think that's a great idea, let me help you with that, I'm going to go do some things to support that cause, then they should be named as the sponsors and co-sponsors for said resolutions, just as it happens in any other body. That's the intention. And so I kind of speak to how it happens in other bodies. I'm not sure how much more you want to specify how that would work. I think we're kind of at a point of deciding how many members agree with it being in or out at this point.
Could I just ask, where would their names appear? Would it appear when we send the resolution to the agency? We're going to tell the agency who authored the resolution, or is this in some record being kept by the board itself?
How is the current resolutions stored before being signed and sent?
By committees.
No, the letter just says the community board voted 17-3 in favor of the following resolution. That's all it says.
No, I'm not talking about the letter. I'm talking about before it goes to the full board.
It just has the vote by the committee. There are no names.
Right. It does. It names who voted. It names the public members that were present.
No,
yeah.
not
Doesn't. It's
not
or
necessarily.
against and abstain.
But Aisha, is your idea that when the resolution gets forwarded to the board for the vote on in that form, that's where you would put the names of the people who wrote and worked on the resolution, not necessarily when we send out the letter in the final form?
It could be when it's sent out. Why not? As happens with any other bill in any other body.
Well, let me tell you something. I have 24 years of experience working in the city council. Names of people who appear on those bills do not reflect who actually worked on the bill. People just put their names on it and did nothing to actually accomplish, get the bill drafted or voted on. So that's not a good analogy.
I don't know that I necessarily. I don't know that I get what you're saying, but I don't know that that's how it happens all the time.
That is how it happens all the time, because I did it for 24 years.
You're saying no representatives ever work on bills that they're sponsors of. No,
that's not what I said.
Wait a minute.
That's not what I said.
Mute everybody, because they don't want to listen to me. Just mute everybody. So we've heard both opinions. Now we move on. We either accept the friendly
No,
amendment.
that's not how it works.
Is this a friendly amendment or not? Steve?
Point of order. There has to be a motion on the floor for an amendment. If it's not, point of order.
That's how it works. Then you got to call for a
point of order. There was a motion on the floor for an amendment. If it's not seconded, then it goes nowhere. If it's seconded, then we have to vote on it.
That's exactly what I just said.
Are we talking about Jim's amendment?
No.
That's how amendments work. Anybody's amendment. To remove the names, to amend it in any other way. If a change is suggested and the committee that put forward the resolution accepts it as friendly, then fine. But if they don't accept it as friendly, then it has to be seconded and then we have to vote on it.
That's
And
what we
either
did.
it passes
Jim,
or it
now
doesn't.
let's get to the parliamentarian. Jim, we have the one friendly amendment on the floor that Ariel rejected.
I move to table the motion, which means it will go back to committee. There's two, we don't agree, let them work on it some more.
Second.
Do we have a second?
Second, Nobles.
We will now vote on tabling the motion.
All right.
So that means
Ozzy?
the whole thing goes back to committee?
Yes.
Bill?
It will go back to
Are you
committee and
tabling the
maybe they can
motion
make
or are
it
you
better so we
tabling
all
the
can vote
amendment?
for it.
He's
Yeah,
tabling
you don't
the
table
motion.
Table in the
In the
resolution.
reso.
Excuse me, but there's a motion on the floor to amend the motion and we have to vote on the amendment before we
There
have a
was no
motion
second, Liz.
to table.
Is there?
Actually, I
seconded.
don't believe that's the case. I believe motion, and I can check,
Ozzy?
but I believe motions to
Ozzy,
table
let's not-
actually supersede the
let's
rest
take-
of the normal stuff.
All right.
Because we're
Okay.
saying, we're not doing this anymore. We don't have to wait for this to go on even longer. We're saying, no more for tonight. And so I believe that's the case, and
So, Ozzy,
I'm pretty sure.
Can,
So
I
Ozzy,
just
take
wanna, we need to be clear what we're voting on. Can somebody please state what we are voting on right now?
we are voting on sending the motion back to committee.
You
If
mean
you
the
vote
resolution?
yes, we will stop talking about the motion and it will go back to committee. If a majority of us vote no, we will keep on talking about the motion.
Okay,
And it will stay on the agenda.
all right.
Okay.
Mariella Lee,
No.
Richard Ullman,
Yes.
Mary Anderson,
Yes.
Glenis,
Yes.
Wayne Benjamin,
Yes.
Jim Berlin,
Yes.
Tanya,
No.
Daryl,
Yes.
Nobles,
Yes.
Robin,
Yes.
Waldis Cruz. Waldis, Gerard. Gerard. Catherine Diaz,
Yes.
Naisha Diaz, Domingo.
So just to be clear, right? So this is to send the resolution back to committee.
Yes.
Yes.
Excuse me, to which committee? It was voted on by the executive committee.
Oh, yeah.
Committee.
Which committee?
The
It
executive.
would go back to the executive committee. It's the
Executive
executive committee's reso.
It's going back
Right,
to.
yes.
Move on.
Gabriela,
Yes.
Ashley,
Yes.
Sarah Fisher, Sally, Faye Florimon,
He left.
Barbara,
Yes.
Mariella,
Yes.
Miriam James, Miriam, Danielle, thought she was there.
She was. She had to.
Leo, Leo Jimenez,
Abstain. Abstain.
okay. Joseph,
Yes.
I vote no. Excuse me, hold on. Betty Lehman. Francisco Lopez.
Yes.
Liz.
No.
Maria Luna.
Yes.
Cindy Matos. I don't think I saw her. Cindy?
Haven't seen her.
Jay. Isidro. I can't hear you.
Abstain.
Okay. Hold on a second. Ariel Miranda.
No. Sorry, no, to be clear.
No. Okay. Debbie.
Yes.
Jonathan.
Yes.
Aisha.
No.
Rosie.
Yes.
Paradise. Bruce.
Yes.
Etta.
Yes.
Steve
Yes.
Simon.
Yes.
Omar. Oh, Omar.
Yes.
Okay. Angel.
Yes.
Christopher. Oh, Christopher is not.
Yes.
I don't. Yes.
Okay, who's snoring?
Yeah, somebody is. Okay.
Barbara, wake up.
Guys, can you please let me finish? I'm sorry. Curtis?
Yes.
Yes. All right. I'm going to count
Elsie,
it.
I'm here. It's Sally. I'm here.
Okay. How are you voting? Can you mute everyone, please? Somebody is snoring in the background.
Abstain.
Abstain. Sally abstain. Okay.
Osi, I got a vote.
Huh. Okay. Hold on a second. Okay. Gerard.
Abstain.
Abstain. There are a few other. Sally. No. Hold on a second. Sally, you abstained, right?
Yes.
Sally, can you repeat your? Oh, thank you. Faye.
She left earlier.
Okay.
Danielle.
Danielle.
She had a medical emergency. She had to leave.
Okay. Danielle.
Yeah, Danielle had a medical emergency. She had to leave.
Okay. And Faye left too?
Yes, she left too.
And Miriam James?
She also left.
She also left. Okay. Missing. Who am I missing here? Paradise is not here. Okay. Eli.
Yes.
You vote yes. Okay. I'm going to count that. I think. Hold on. So we have 28 yeses. And so it passed.
Okay. So it gets back to committee. Moving along, 10:15. Wayne Benjamin.
So I refer everyone to the minutes of the Land Use Committee meeting, and I would first of all like to welcome Tanya as the new Assistant Chair of Land Use for taking very detailed minutes, so folks can actually follow the conversations that were taking place, both concerning LPC's equity framework, on which we've asked the board staff to follow up with LPC to advise us, how they see this equity framework being measured in terms of success, and how the various components of that framework contribute to promoting equity and inclusion. And the resolution pertains to a Department of City Planning initiative, which actually builds on something that the board and the committee voted on back in, I think, 2018. And that was requiring a special permit for hotels that are built in manufacturing districts. So the committee and the board passed that back in 2018. This new initiative actually expands the special permit requirements to a range of commercial districts and mixed use districts. And the intention really is to require sort of a ULURP review to make sure that the hotel developments that are proposed are, consistent with the other business and development activities going on in the area, and do not interfere with other, development plans that are, on the table for the area. We supported that, but also had some recommendations, one of which is that there be a detailed financial feasibility required as part of the application and an independent review of that analysis, that socioeconomic impacts be thoroughly studied, and that after a special permit is granted, if there's any change to the use of the hotel, like to make it a homeless shelter or a halfway house, that a subsequent review is required, that the initiative that City Planning is putting forth clarifies which zoning districts would be, in which hotels would be developed as of right and not subject to the special permit, because it's not clear at this juncture. In terms of transparency, City Planning should publish a list of all of the comments they received in response to the document they sent out in December, and advise how they incorporated those comments, into that. And something that is not necessarily specific to this, but more general, is that ULURP applications should not be certified, within 60 days of community boards going on hiatus. And they definitely should not be certified or the ULURP time clock started while we are on hiatus. That has happened a couple times. And the point is, if we only have 60 days to do it and we're on hiatus, there's no way realistically for community boards to do their job. So that's the resolution.
Thank you. Questions? 1 minute questions. No questions, as usual.
And, Eleazar, you mentioned something in your comments about the public information meeting on the Inwood Library project. So once again, that was not a land use meeting, and that was not a Community Board 12 meeting per se. Community Board 12 was asked to host this presentation. So HPD and members of the development team, last week presented the development project. And this was the first update that was given probably since 2019 coming to the Land Use Committee. There were, several questions raised, and some of the questions really focused on the unit mix and the clarifying the affordability. And this is something I think we really need to focus on. If you look at the development of the 174 units, 76 of them are one bedrooms and 46 are studios. So a majority of the units are, rather small and not family size. And that's something that at least 3 members of the board asked them to take a serious look at, because that really does not address the needs of any, actually, of the Uptown community boards. I provided a copy of the presentation to the board, and Eliezer Ebenezer, you should be free to share it with the full board.
Alrighty, thank you. That should be out by the end of this week. Liz, you have your 3 minutes.
I have 3.5 minutes. I'd like to announce on behalf of Congressman Espaillat, the third annual Dominicans on the Hill, live tomorrow on Facebook at 7 p.m. on the pandemic, restoring our community, with special guests, Millie Quesada, poet Rina Espaillat, New York Times bestselling author Elizabeth Acevedo, our very own Lin-Manuel Miranda, and everybody's favorite Dominican poet, Dr. Anthony Fauci. So without further ado, my committee report. I have two resolutions. Before I get to that, I do want to say there are two very important community meetings tomorrow, two important meetings tomorrow. One that I'm attending, a panel discussion with my co-chair, my assistant chair, Daryl, that the Parks Department is having on honoring Black history and parks renamings, an initiative throughout the city that's relevant to the community, to the committee's work. And then at 6:30, from 6:30 to 8, there's a community scoping meeting on the Dykeman Rest. So thanks to Barbara for her help in getting public awareness around that. I hope people are able to attend that. The information has been sent out a couple of times from the office, so you can see what that's about and when. Our next meeting, we will be continuing our discussion on parks renamings, and I want to thank Daryl for his leadership and initiative on that. We'll be talking briefly about whatever the relevant impacts to this committee on the ongoing conversation around cannabis legalization in the state, particularly in light of the recent changes in New Jersey. And we will hopefully be having a presentation from the folks around the ELIZA and the impacts on our committee due to the inclusion of some cultural programming space. So I urge you to check out our agenda and also read our minutes. We have two resolutions. One is regarding the exonerated 5. I set a timer for myself as well. Thank you, Eleazar. Regarding the exonerated 5 and just supporting the incredible work that Community Board 10 has done around figuring out how to have a public installation around telling that story and making it right and including the community. We don't usually weigh in on what other boards do in that way, but Board 10 has gone to all of the community boards in Manhattan to ask for letters of support or resolutions in solidarity. The second resolution is in support of the Harlem History Heritage Markers project. We could have just done a letter of support based on a very old resolution approving a fairly similar project that we approved, but that project was never executed. However, that resolution was passed so long ago that there were only like 4 or 5 members who were on the board then who are still on the board now. So it seemed appropriate to bring it before this board that's composed of, you know, basically all new people. I hope that those two resolutions pass unanimously, because Black history is American history and American history is Black history. It is purely coincidental that these two things came to this committee in February, but I am delighted that they did. With that, are there questions?
Thank you, Liz.
Excellent, thank you.
All right. Thank you once again. Isidro?
I think I'm up next.
Oh yeah, you are. You're next. You're next. Sorry.
All right, I'm sorry that I'm so late on the agenda. I have a lot of stuff to report on. The latest statistics from the health department on the positivity rates in our 4 zip codes. You may have seen an article in Patch indicating that zip code 40 has the highest positivity rate in Manhattan. Actually, since the Patch article came out, the rate went down slightly, but it is still the highest in Manhattan, the 27th highest in the city as a whole. And there were 122 new cases last week in zip code 40. In zip code 34, they're at 9.63%, 108 new cases. Those two zip codes are both above the the weekly average for the city as a whole. The other two zip codes are below the citywide average. In zip code 32, 6.94%, 148 new cases. In zip code 33, 5.90%, 101 new cases. So we had in just 1 week, 479 new cases, which brings our total since for the entire pandemic to 14,431 cases, and we've had 568 deaths. The Armory, the hospital has set up a bilingual call line with the Northern Manhattan Improvement Corporation, which is going to be operating it. This is in response to many of our requests that they do further outreach and make it easier for people in our community, principally seniors, to get appointments for the vaccine. The phone number is 646-838-0319. Seniors are still being given priority at the Armory, even though they've now opened it up to people with underlying conditions. 60% of those people would be from our community, or at least from the various zip codes in Manhattan and the Bronx. And there are 28 zip codes which are in that priority class, 12 in Manhattan, 16 in the Bronx, and the other 40% elsewhere in Manhattan. We now have 5 pharmacies, 4 Rite Aids and 1 Walgreens Duane Reade throughout our community, which are have been authorized through the federal government to provide vaccines. Erica Rodriguez from Assemblymember Taylor's office earlier referred to a call I was on with FEMA. I had heard, and FEMA asked for suggestions on possible sites where they could do set up a vaccine site. I suggested, because zip code 40 is in the most distress right now, I suggested they look at either George Washington High School or IS 218 on Broadway and 193rd Street, the Salome Uranus School. You may have read in the papers that the state, there's big controversy about how the state has been handling nursing homes. The state health department was issued revised statistics on the number of nursing home deaths. As a result, there are now 34 additional deaths of residents from Isabella who apparently died in hospitals and not at the nursing home itself, bringing the total number of nursing home residents who have died during this pandemic at Isabella to 102. At the Fort Tryon nursing home, a much smaller facility, there have been 20 deaths. The Corner Project is having a community forum Thursday night to discuss the new site that it has signed a lease for. Finally, I have a resolution, which I believe is not controversial, which calls upon us to support applications submitted by the Emma Bowen Community Service Center for federal grants to expand substance and mental health services in Upper Manhattan. The resolved is that Committee Board 12 supports the grant applications submitted by the Emma Bowen Community Service Center, also known as the Upper Manhattan Mental Health Center, to the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, a federal agency to expand its vital services to youths and families in Washington Heights, Inwood, and our neighboring communities in North Manhattan. And as a side note, Emma Bowen is a former member of this community board and was active with the creation of that mental health center, and they named it after her upon her passing.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. One question, Steve, and I think this might be important to those 2 numbers. The only 2 testing sites uptown are in 100-240, 100-40, the clinic of the Americas in Nagel and Dyckman, and that other place in Vermillion in Dyckman, right? So when you go in,
we have a very active testing site.
Okay, good. Let me get to my question. So if I go to those testing sites and I come out positive, but I don't give them my address, so how do they know? First of all, is that positive? My positive result goes allocated to where I live or to that testing site?
To where you live. And I don't think you can get a test without giving your address.
I have.
Really?
Yes.
Well, I don't know how you did that, because I'm told you have to provide identification and provide an address. But
I'm just curious. I'm just asking.
the statistic, I've asked this question more than once. The statistics are based on the residences of the people being tested. If you don't give an address, I guess it doesn't factor into these statistics.
All right. Okay, great. Thank you for your answer. Isidro.
But let me just make it clear, we have other testing sites. We have a testing site at the Hybrid Recreation Center at 173rd in Amsterdam. We have a testing site at the Department of Health Center building at 168th and Broadway. There are other testing sites in the community. Plus, as Gail mentioned, she set up a testing site at Word Up, the bookstore at 165th in Amsterdam, and there are others that are being done, I think, on a
Nagel
pop-up
Avenue.
basis. There's another one, the Golden Era Senior Center at 10th Avenue and 207th Street. They're doing testing, I think, all day on Thursday.
Okay, thank you. Isidro.
Excuse me, Steve, talk about resolution. Do you need that resolution, or is that for the future?
Yeah, it's on tonight's agenda.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Maria. Isidro? Oh, long overdue, right? You gotta unmute yourself, Isidro. Isidro, have to unmute yourself.
I think he's having issues because he was unmuted earlier.
You think?
You muted me.
There you go.
Thank you, Chair. And I also like to thank the members of CB12 staff, particularly Bernice.
Isidro, your volume.
Let me get closer. Is it better now?
No.
Not really.
No.
Probably my old computer. Apologies for that. So thank you to the staff of CB12, Ebenezer, for bringing up all the documents. Sheila for putting together all these documents as well. I know that we had a very light agenda when we met last time around. I can tell you that big shout out to Maria Lee, who has done our resolutions. Also to Leo Jimenez, who did our minutes. Really grateful for your effort. Thank you so much, guys. Also, feel free to chime in if there are any questions when we open up for questions. And that will also apply for all committee members. Also, we have received all the documentations required that was asked for the applicants to submit documentations. We have received documentations that is also in place. I know that we are not voting on agenda item number 8, nor agenda item number 10, because they have been withdrawn. So you're not voting on those items. Also, I'd like to address that before there was some comments made about how the licensing committee comes to its conclusion and how we vote on those matters, particularly Elizabeth de Mayo and Laura Ayala. If you guys are still online, please, you are always welcome to come to my committee. But to come to the general board and the licensing committee is not doing homework, it's bad. We receive the documents, we receive and listen to all comments by residents, and we respect those comments as well. So, I really invite you to come to our licensing committee meetings. Lastly, I know that agenda item number 2 has been some questions. Mama Sushi, the reason why the licensing committee approved and voted in favor of this particular application is that one, the precinct, knowing full well that there was an issue with the license, where the SLA initially took out the license, rejected the license, and then returned the license or activated the license back to Mama Sushi, I think speaks volume as to how they operate. Also, we based our findings and decisions on the past resolutions passed by the Community Board 12, where the last time that they came about to Community Board 12 was last couple of years back. And we have committee members and also residents speaking in favor of this applicant. We also noted that as far as like the food service there is second to none. The last health inspection that they received, they got an A. And based on how we saw this particular merchant not only conducting themselves, but also being engaged in the community, we felt that it was prudent that if the SLA had no issues in approving this license, that the committee would follow through in approving the renewal. Having said that, I understand that this is a hot topic. I don't know for whatever reason, but the documents have been here. We have been reviewing all the particular documentations to support this resolution. And again, I believe that this is a good merchant. I myself have been there many, many times. The staff is well trained. One issue that came about, as you probably know from the SLA, the SLA in New York City has been at odds on different policies and how it's been implemented. That is not to excuse any merchants for not following proper procedure. But I think that Susana and her crew can rectify any problems that may come through. And having said that, Chair, I'm going to open up the floor for questions.
Isidro, if you don't mind, may I say something? It's Leo Jimenez.
Leo, yes, please.
Yeah, so thank you everyone for joining us tonight. This is a reference to a public comment made earlier, and also to add to Isidro's point. As a committee, we review every application thoroughly without personal connection or ties to race or ethnicity, favoritism, or reputation. We observe and recognize the opinions and perspective of our community residents, stakeholders, and members alike with careful consideration. The committee chair, Isidro, also offers each applicant the opportunity to address any issues that arises. And lastly, as a committee, we have all placed a strong emphasis on adhering to pandemic regulations for each of the business seeking the recommendations to their respective license application. That being said, I believe strongly that all recommendations on behalf of the committee for each application are fairly assessed to be presented to the general board. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 1 minute questions, Sally, my bad.
Hi, Isidro. Yeah, I guess I was concerned, especially after hearing from the residents and seeing the press release from Governor Cuomo, where Governor Cuomo announces 23 additional bar and restaurant liquor licenses suspended in February for egregious violations of virus-related regulations. What it states on this is that they suspended it twice. They charged them the first time, which was in January, for violating I guess with their structure. What it basically says is on February 4th, investigators with the state's multi-agency task force observed 15 patrons eating and drinking inside of a fully enclosed structure outside the premises, despite regulations in place for over 6 months requiring openings on at least 2 sides of any outdoor area in order to prevent the spread of the coronavirus. The license was previously warned and charged for serving patrons inside the same enclosed outdoor structure on January 16th. So I was surprised when I listened to the hearing, and I also read the minutes. I was surprised that there was no issue from NYPD. I was also surprised because if you look on board stat, there are quite a few complaints about social distancing, noise, etc. And I'm particularly concerned as someone who's health-minded all the time about the spread of coronavirus and the fact that that is the highest rate in Manhattan. So I guess, I'm inclined. I understand that it's a good business, but until I see the corrections, I would not favor renewing their liquor license. And I was surprised that it was unanimous, and also that this didn't come out at the committee hearing.
Sally, thank you. Let's give a chance to the rest of the board members. I have Maria, Tanya, and Barbara. That would be our line of questioning. 1 minute, Maria.
Okay, thank you. Yes, so I am a member of the licensing committee, and at the time reviewing the application, I was unaware of this situation. After the meeting, having found, the fact that their license for Mama Sushi was revoked or suspended, I will be voting against renewal of the liquor license. I just wanted to state that. But then separately, what I did want to say is to the comment that was made regarding the liquor license committee not kind of doing full due diligence. We do. We ask the merchant or the business owner, we ask them questions. The committee members ask a lot of questions. It's an opportunity for residents to chime in. We ask the precincts to chime in. It is there, but just wanted to state that for the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Tanya, Steve, Barbara.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Cedro, now when you all had your meeting, did the business owner tell you all at the time? Was this something that they approached you all and say, look, our license was revoked, and this is the reason? Because that's what concerns me if that wasn't up front, that was the case, because it sounds like from what Sally just said that this was known, right, to the business owner. And so, I think it's important not only that the business owner is upfront and honest with the committee, but also that we as a board have information about what the violation was. So when you send, like the liquor license, your minutes or whatever, we should get the documentation about what happened with that owner. Yes, thank you, Eleazar.
Thank you, Tanya.
That was not made aware of the meeting. The prison didn't bring it up. The merchants didn't bring it up. And I think that if there's anything that we can learn from this, is that anytime that we have issues within the community, we have time to rectify specific problems. This is a merchant that has been there for long. I do agree with Sally when she said that we have to follow up and rectify issues that are affecting our health. That is mostly important. But I go by that if the SLA actually returned and reactivated the license as we speak, then I myself would know that it would be would not be a problem for me to vote in favor of this application. Next.
Thank you. Steve, Barbara.
My turn. Okay, I wanted to say, I question.
I thought I'm up.
Oh, okay, Steve.
Isidro, I'm wondering whether it makes sense for us to be voting on Mama Sushi right now. If their license has been suspended, wouldn't you assume that that the SLA is not going to be acting on its application for a license renewal at this time? Wouldn't that be put off until such time as the suspension period is over? I mean, do we know what the SLA is doing on this question?
Yeah, Steve, so on the other circumstances, if the license has been suspended, then we would have probably taken that back to committee. But that license is not longer suspended. That license is active and has been returned and activated. SLA
Okay.
To the merchant, yes.
Okay, well, that wasn't clear. Okay, it's the suspension period is now over.
It's over and they have their license back.
Okay, thank you.
And that's also on the SLA website. Their license is active.
Okay, my turn.
SLA West Side also.
Okay, so Barbara.
Excuse me, my turn?
Yes.
All right. I'm on the SLA website, and I'll show this here to the committee. Mr. Santos said they were suspended on Friday, the 4th. They cleared it up by Monday, the 5th. I have here the SLA website. By the way, Governor Cuomo's press release was released on February 17th. And so therefore, that's almost 10 days after the suspension. So certainly they would be up to date. If you look here, this shows that Mama Sushi's, as of today, still is suspended. If you look here, I don't know if you can see this. I don't know if this looks, oh, I guess you can.
See, now this is some.
Okay, if you look here, can everybody see this?
This
is the SLA website.
How it can be suspended if they have it on.
Okay, no, wait. Let her finish.
Excuse me, I have the floor.
Yes, go ahead, Barbara.
This is the SLA website. I'm trying to make this clear for everybody.
Just hold it for a second, Barbara, in front of the
Can we
camera.
allow her to finish? She has the floor, people. Come on.
Yeah, I have the floor. Oh, I should turn it this way. Okay, is this way better?
No, you can't see it, Barbara. Just say it.
Stop turning it.
Yeah, just read.
All right, well, I think you can see that this is the SLA website.
30 seconds.
Oh, now you can see it. It says Mama Sushi. You'll read it backward. SLA, and it says inactive. You
Okay.
read it upside down. It says inactive 25/2021 Mama Sushi. And
All
this
right.
is the SLA website
Thank you, Barbara.
as of today. So their license is inactive. They are suspended. And it's the only one in the Dykeman area. If you go on their website, they have a little red mark on their site rather than the other ones which are green. So we cannot assume, I don't know where they are inactive.
But okay, Barbara.
I'm sorry, Eliezer, if I may.
Wait a second. Are you allowing Leo to respond? Because I have some more questions. It's 10:45. Pedro, you're gonna answer? You're gonna address that?
Yeah. So I'm on the SLA website right now, and I'm not sure what information Barbara's getting. Not saying it's accurate, but here it says the license is currently active. It shows the filing date, the effective date, the expiration date, and the owner. Again, not sure where, and it says for on-premise liquor.
Also, I'm seeing it right now on the website. I agree with you. I don't know where she got this information.
Okay. So okay, all right. Okay. Because
New York
wait. Just hello,
SLA.com.
Barbara. Wait a second. All of you guys are making points towards convincing your fellow board members to vote yes or no. So once you made your point, there's no point of arguing amongst yourselves. That's not what we're here for. So I have Robin, Gerard, and Ozzy, or Ozzy, Gerard, and Robin. Ozzy, you go first. And that would be, we'll wrap it up there.
Okay, so Isidro, I don't know if you remember, but back when I was doing the minutes, I would actually go to the SLA website under the LAMP, L-A-M-P. And over there, when you go there, you can click on the venue and see all sorts of, if there are issues and also if the license is active or not. So my suggestion is for all of this discussion could have been avoided if whoever is doing the minutes would go and look at that in advance of the meeting and see all of that. Because back then, a number of years ago, this is how we discovered when 500-foot hearing would happen and other things that the applicant never told us. So that's really just a recommendation to go and look at the website prior to the meeting. And FYI, we're not getting the documentation from the office, the licensing documentation from the office anymore. We only got it once, and that was it. That has to be corrected too.
Yeah.
I know you can't answer on that, Isidro.
Isidro, going to answer that? 1 minute.
Yeah. My understanding is that this license is active. I do not know why we are discussing this matter when it's fully active. When it comes to the minutes, you need to understand that people have different way of writing up the minutes, and it takes a lot of work. Also, you know that it takes a lot of work to develop those minutes, and we hope that everyone is aware of what's going on. If people who are writing the minutes are not fully updated, it's not their fault. I mean, you can bring this matter up and it should be okay. But I'm not here to blame the person that is taking the minute or things like that.
Thank you for
next
your
question.
response. Gerard, Robin, and that'll be wrap up because I have 10 more minutes. It's
Excuse me,
11 o'clock.
I have my hand raised.
Yeah, but I'll call you as soon as you're ready to call you. Thank you. Gerard and Robin.
Thank you, Chairman. So I just wanted to make a general comment. Often we are holding the licensing committee votes to a standard that we don't hold votes in the general committee, the general meeting. When people vote, no one ever, judges or makes people feel less than for the way they vote. So ultimately, there is a process in place at the license committee. All parties get to speak. The precinct gets to speak, as you all heard before. Residents get to speak. Other parties get to speak. And at the end of it, committee members vote, just like we'll vote tonight. And I just want to encourage, because there's a lot of judging and there's a lot of making people feel less than for the way they vote. We shouldn't do it tonight. a general meeting votes, and we shouldn't do it for the licensing committee. People vote the way they do. And it is really outrageous to see this constant judging and making people feel less than for the way they vote. We don't do it tonight. We shouldn't do it then. Thank you.
Gerard, Robin, you're gonna make one last comment? Gerard?
I just want to say
Yes, you're
that I
last.
see
Can you wait?
Wait up, Robin.
I just
Robin?
want to say that I just want to say that I see the SLA website that the Mamasushi licensing is acting. So I don't know where she got this information from. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Liz.
Elise, was I on mute or did you hear me?
No, of course, we heard you perfectly. All right. Last, Liz, and then we're gonna do our committee reports, and then we're gonna roll call it.
Great. I make no representation as to any particular knowledge. I only state that it seems like there's some confusion within the SLA, and where you look depends on what information you get. I'm happy to share a screen. I'm looking at the SLA website now, and it says that it's inactive, that there's one inactive license, that it became inactive on February 5th. And it's listed as inactive. So it's just, I'm not taking a position here. I just think it would be helpful if we had full access to real-time information in terms of how we vote, because it seems like some part of the SLA website says it's active and some part of the SLA website says it's inactive. And I don't really know what to do with that.
Could it be because there's more than one Mama Sushi?
No, this is the Mama Sushi at 237 Dykeman
All right.
Street.
All right, okay, let's just
copy of this,
take the course. Let's take the course. Cesar, you answer that, and then we'll move on to the committee reports. It's 11 o'clock. Let's go.
Yeah, I just share with you, I don't know how you can see it. There is an active license for that premise. It has been returned and reactivated by the SLA. I don't know, we're seeing mixed messages. So this is what I received, and I think this is authentic.
Okay, thank you. All right, so thank you, Cesar. Thank you, Leo and Marielle, and those of you who participated and worked on your resolutions as hard as you did. Moving along, the committee reports, 3 minutes. Actually, let's cut it short to 2 minutes. If you have minutes to refer to, this is the time to do that. We love it if you just say refer back to the minutes. We will. We'll love you forever. So let's do it. Mary.
I want to be loved forever. So read the minutes.
You will.
Read the minutes. We're also, though, one thing that's going to be presented at our next meeting on March 4th is ranked choice voting. And that's going to be an important thing, especially for the seniors. And I'll tell you, I've spoken to some people who are not even seniors. They haven't heard anything. They don't know what this is. People have not heard of ranked choice voting. So it's got to get out there. It's got to get out there. So.
A beautiful city of New York only allocated $1 million for marketing for.
And there's Google too. I mean, I'm just saying.
I'm just saying. But anyways, next up, Curtis Young.
Right, I'll be as brief as possible. So there was someone on the call earlier who mentioned the knife that they found at the subway stop. If they're still on, it's better to call 911. There's been a pattern of stabbing, so it's not. I don't think it's the best place to come to the community board to share that information. You should try to call the precinct too, so they can remove that weapon, because it could be found by kids or others who would do harm to others. So if you're listening, please call 911 if you ever find a weapon that can be used to cause harm. As for our committee meeting, it was a productive meeting. We talked largely about the pattern of burglaries, which is a continued issue, as well as some of the robberies with knives. It has been a pattern as well in the lower Washington Heights area, 157 up to 166 on 160th. The precinct did give us an update, and they had identified the culprits for those issues. So we spent a lot of our time talking about our next meeting, which is going to be a conversation or a panel discussion on public safety and reimagining public safety, and discussing what it means to reimagine public safety. We've all mentioned it, we've all said it, but what does it mean in reality? So we have confirmed panelists. Jimani Williams' office is going to be there presenting I have a confirmation from a few others. Jackie Adams, who has a gun violence organization she runs, is going to be speaking about the issues of gun violence. And hopefully, as Gail Brewer mentioned earlier, the governor did give the mayor up until April 1st to provide feedback on how they were going to reform the police department. So hopefully, as a byproduct of our March meeting, we may have something that we can share with the governor or the mayor as recommendations from our community board. That's the goal. And what else we have? We have, oh, and this is another big issue that we're going to be tracking in our future committee this past weekend, because it's Black History Month. I have to say something. There was new evidence that was released recently by the civil rights attorney Ben Crump on the assassination of Malcolm X, which happened right in our community, 1 block from our community board office. So I think it's really imperative that we follow that issue, and that if the district attorney office is not going to reopen their investigation, that we should encourage them to do so at our committee level. So I don't know where this stands right now. We're going to be following the story, and if there's an update, I'll share that with my committee in March. And hopefully, if there is some way to have another presentation on the issue, we will have them come and present. Also, I wanted to share that we had a very productive fire department panel. We had 2 meetings this month. We had a fire panel. We invited the fire education department to come in to speak about fire safety. It's been obviously a reoccurring issue in our community. There's been tons of fires. So they came in and they gave a really great presentation. You can find that if you're listening. You can find that on the community board website. It's really valuable information. You can contact the fire department to get a fire alarm and any other resources you need for your building or your superintendent. I think I'm right at my time.
Thank you. 1-minute comments. Aisha, Domingo, or questions?
Actually, my comments are for the end. It's not meant to speak to any of the chair's comments. It's just a very quick, brief comment.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Oh, Domingo?
Oh yeah, so Curtis, just to emphasize that the culprits that were named by the officer in his deathbeds were the NYPD and the FBI.
Yes.
They had responsibility in the assassination of Malcolm X.
Right on. Maria?
Oh, I would like to say something at the announcement time. It's very important. So I can come, I can wait.
Okay, all right. Guys.
I can say it now.
All right, guys, I want to move forward. I have Sally and Gerard. Are there questions to the presentation for Curtis? If they're not, I have to move along.
Yeah, I'll wait.
No, not you, Maria. Sally and Gerard, whose hands I see raised.
Oh.
Move along.
Okay, moving on. Curtis, thank you. Thank you so much.
I think Gerard was going to say, Gerard, I would love to hear what you.
Gerard, you have to admit yourself.
Mute yourself, please.
Gerard.
No.
There you go.
Since we were doing comments, I would, as a couple of weeks ago, we had I guess a double shooting right across the street from me, right down the block as a stabbing. So I would actually like to just start imagining public safety, like about having some public safety. Gun shells all over your street, and right down on my block where the woman, God rest her soul, was murdered. We need to start imagining it.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to that. We do have a gun violence advocate coming to speak on work that she's doing, and I'm hoping that she'll walk away with all of us with enlightening information that we can take back to help to reimagine public safety, Gerard.
Thank you. Excellent. Thank you, Curtis. Domingo?
I'm actually gonna let Francisco. So one of the new initiatives that we have on the Business Development Committee is encouraging growth within our members and showing them what it takes to be a chair in order to start building capacity within the board. Francisco, you could go ahead and present for the committee.
Yes, how you guys doing? So we focused on cannabis. Hold on. Sorry, guys. So we focused on cannabis. As you guys know, cannabis is coming. Whether we like it or not, it is coming, and it's going to affect our community, both negatively and positively. But we focused this meeting on informative information, just to alert the community and those who are interested in possibly owning a business in this industry of what's going on the state level. There are two bills that are currently being presented, one pushed by Governor Cuomo and one led by Senator Liz Krueger. And we just kind of went on just giving information on those two bills. We had Jason Starr, who was, give me a second here, I want to properly, he was Assistant Special Counsel to Governor Cuomo. He had a presentation on both bills and the repercussions of what both can be. We also had a representative from Liz Krueger's office, Assemblymember Al Taylor, Carmen De La Rosa, and Senator Robert Jackson also joined us in the meeting. And we just went over the bills and what the bills, what the two bills stood for when it comes to their opinions and what they thought would work best for our communities. And I strongly encourage that we continue this cannabis talk because it is something that we need to get in front of so we can benefit our communities of color and just the communities in Manhattan and in general can understand what's coming and how we can benefit from it.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I have one minute comment or question. Steve. No, Steve, one, Steve going two, Steve going three.
Domingo, Francisco, I'm trying to get a speaker from the health department to come to my committee meeting to discuss the health impacts resulting from the legalization of marijuana. Have you, I've been inspired by the work that you're doing. Have you come upon anybody who would be a specialist in that topic?
Well, we both, everybody that spoke on the topic were specialists. Depends on what angle you're looking at it from.
On the health impacts of legalizing marijuana.
Yeah. We should start considering the health impacts that happened after prohibition and alcohol was legalized. We should start talking about the impacts of anything that has been legalized that was formerly illegal. So if we're going to get into a conversation of the health impacts, let's start looking at society and looking at the decadence of some of the behaviors that we engage in.
All right.
We had we also had an advocacy group, Start Smart. I think that's a good starting point.
Well, I will definitely share some of the people that came to our committee.
All right, and who did you have from Liz Krueger's office?
Her chief of staff.
Brad Osha?
Yes.
Yeah, it was Brad.
Okay,
very
guys.
good. Okay, if you could share the contact.
Unless you have another question.
I'll share all the contacts with you, Steve.
All right. Okay, Aisha, and then we're gonna roll call it, and then we're gonna vote. It's 11:05. Aisha.
I just wanted to quickly
Eli,
comment.
it's Debbie. I didn't.
Okay,
go.
you last. So let's just the questions roll out.
Debbie's going?
Yeah, no, Aisha, you're going, and then Maria.
No, Eli, I didn't go as a committee chair.
No, you're going next. I think Aisha is going to ask a question to the. Or you're not?
Okay.
Let Debbie go first.
Okay, Maria.
No, Maria's an announcement for the
Oh, is that
end.
announcement? So Debbie,
So Debbie, and just so folks are clear,
I
Faye.
think Aisha's trying to ask a question, and she's allowing Debbie to go first, not about her committee report.
What committee?
Debbie, is that a question or?
No, I just
Debbie wants to do her committee report.
I just want to do my committee report.
Okay, I get
just
it.
want to go to sleep.
You just said. Sorry, Debbie.
But not if people have questions for Domingo. I thought we were done with that. So I'm mostly referring people to the minutes. I will just say that there were two presentations at the Traffic and Transportation Committee, one related to an upcoming rehabilitation of the 191st Street one train tunnel that has a lot of, well, first and foremost is not ADA compliant. But also, as people well know, there's all sorts of like leaks and flooding risk and low ceiling, which is actually out of ADA compliance. That is work that probably is not shovel in the ground till 2025. So this was a first of what will likely be many. updates from DOT. So they just wanted to come to say the very first steps of the process have begun. The 181st Street Busway, which you've heard me talk about quite a bit over time, came again with some slight updates that mostly related to parking and loading more than the actual sort of busway itself. People can check out the minutes next month, which for me is next Monday. There will hopefully be one discussion around bike infrastructure in CB12, something that's come up in a sort of a variety of different ways. So we just wanted to have an opportunity to kind of bring it all together, the various threads, and then hopefully Port Authority with a Restoring the George update, which I don't think we've had in a while. And that's it.
All right. Thank you. Okay.
Eli,
Maria,
can I just say one more thing, like 20 seconds, I promise.
I've heard that before. Go on, 20 minutes.
So, no, what I just want to reiterate about the cannabis. I think this needs to be a series where we include every committee as part of this conversation. I don't think we understand how huge of an impact this is going to have on our community. It would be the biggest point of business in our community by far. It affects us so deeply, and we need to have every committee needs to make this a topic of conversation because it really affects us all.
And maintain objectivity. Don't go from a deficit perspective.
Right. So I have an announcement before we go to voting. Aisha, Maria, you want to say something, and then because you haven't spoken all day, Aisha, you need to wrap up something, or you?
Thank you, Eliasa, for letting me ahead of. I see Aisha and also Sarah Fisher. They have spoken before, and I have been very quiet today. As a matter of fact, I was in 2 meetings at the same time. Anyway, I have bad news to announce. Recently, last week, we lost someone. Being that this is Africa, Black History Month, I need to inform all of you that someone from our communities passed away. Her name is April Tyler. April Tyler is a housing advocate. Because of April Tyler, we have saved so many of our buildings so they could become co-op owners by low income, very poor people were able to obtain and really own their house. Although some of the, in some of those buildings, rich people also own some of those apartments. But anyway, that's aside. But in honor of April, she came to our community board many, many times because we have a large number of the buildings, the HDFC buildings, and we need to, in her memory, continue protecting those properties so the city doesn't take them back and give them to landlord. So I just want to make sure that you are all aware. She was a community board 9 member. She was a district leader for 17 years. Her mother, very involved also in politics. But I just, in honor of April Tyler, I think that we owe to continue the work that she have done for so many years. Thank you so much, Elias.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you very much. Aisha, you want to wrap it up before we go to roll calling?
So, Maria, I accompany you in those sentiments. April Tyler has done tremendous work in the housing arena. And I've had the opportunity to sit with her and talk about just common interests on both boards when I was chair of Housing and Human Services. May she rest in peace. That being said, I want to remind everybody, we are in this pandemic and we have to resort to using Zoom. But the community that we represent would normally be sitting in our audience, would normally be able to talk to each other, would normally be able to talk to us. They no longer have that. Some people don't even have access to the Zoom. All they have left is this comment section. So I would not like to see people silenced. I would not like to see it go away. I do agree that there should not be personal attacks, and maybe that's something that we can send out in our letters, in our notices about the meetings, that, refrain from personal attacks. Because you know what? We can always, if someone is really disrespectful, then there's things that we can do about that, but don't silence people. Don't restrict them from having that opportunity to continue to weigh in and be a part. I just wanted to say that.
Chair, if I may, just really quick for 30 seconds. Aisha, I hear you, and you're completely correct. This is a democratic process. That being said, there is a public comment section where they can be heard, even if we were in the same space physically. Like speaking out of turn from the public would be stopped. It would be out of order. So I totally hear you.
I don't think this should be considered speaking out of turn. If we want to read those comments, we can. We don't have to. I
But
know
there's
that it's
but there's
probably
no.
more. It's more work for Kathy
Guys,
because
But
I understand,
Aisha,
Kathy.
but
Thank
I
you
hear
for
you.
your work.
Guys,
We're gonna pass the whole night.
Mr. Chair, since I brought up that issue earlier.
Guys, you guys are both on the same page. Maybe you guys didn't hear one another, but he's just saying, supporting what your first statement. Daryl, and then Ozzy, let's roll call this. It's going to be 5 hours.
No, I'm just going to agree with Nobles too. Yeah, because I brought up this point earlier, and people wouldn't just get up in their seats and shout out. So that's kind of what the equivalent of this is.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Daryl. Ozzy, floor is yours.
Okay, so we are not voting on resolution 8 and 9. I'm sorry, 8 and 10. They got withdrawn, and we are not voting on resolution A because it was sent back to the committee. Just tell me your no's, following by abstentions and yeses. Okay, Mariella Lee.
No to resolution 2, yes to the rest.
No to 2, yes to the rest. Richard
Yes,
Ullman?
on all.
Yes to all. Yes to all. Mary Anderson?
Yes to all.
Yes to all. Glennis?
Yes to all.
Yes to all. Wayne?
I abstain on 2, yes to the rest.
Abstain on 2, yes to the rest. Hold on a second. Jim?
I vote no on 2 and 9, and yes to the rest.
You vote no on 2 and 9, and yes to the rest.
Thank you.
Tanya?
Oh, sorry, I had to unmute. I apologize. Yes, I'm going to say no on 2 and yes to the rest. Thank you.
No on 2, yes to the rest. Daryl?
Abstain on 2, yes to the rest.
Abstain on 2, yes to the rest. Nobles?
No on 1, abstain on 2.
No on 1, abstain on 2.
Thank you, OC.
Robin Cruz?
Yes to all.
Yes to all. Gerard?
Yes to all.
Yes to all.
Have a great night, everybody.
Catherine Diaz?
Yes to all.
Yes to all. Domingo?
Yes to all.
Yes to all. Gabriela?
Yes to all.
Yes to all. Ashley?
Yes to all.
Yes to all. Sarah?
No on 2. Abstain on numbers 1, 5, 6, 7, 9. Yes to the rest.
6, 7.
I think somebody needs some water.
Yeah, my husband. Abstain on 1, no on 2. Abstain on 5, 6, 7, and 9, and yes to the rest.
Correct.
Barbara?
No on 2, yes to the rest.
No on 2, yes to the rest. Mariella Graham?
No on 1 and 2, yes to the rest.
No on 1, no on 2, and yes to the rest. Leo?
Yes to all. Thank you, OC.
Yes to all. I'm sorry. Miriam James? Miriam James? Okay.
He had left.
Danielle?
He also had left.
Okay. Joseph? Joseph Kalinsky?
He's not here.
Oh, he was there. I vote no on 1, no on 2, no on 4, and yes to the rest. Betty Lehman. Betty? I can't hear you. Can you unmute yourself?
I'm unmuted. I'm unmuted. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. No on 2, yes to the rest.
No on 2, yes to the rest. Francisco Lopez.
Yes to all. I just want to wish everyone a happy Dominican.
Yes to all. Liz Ritter.
Vote no on 1 and 2, and yes to the rest.
No on 1, no on 2, and yes to the rest. Maria.
No on 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 9. And yes to the rest.
No on 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 9, and yes to the rest.
Yes, thank you.
Cindy Matos.
It's not here.
Jay. Not here. Isidro.
Yes to all.
Yes to all. Ariel.
To all.
I couldn't hear you.
Yes to all.
Yes to all. Thank you. Debbie.
Yes to all. Thanks.
Yes
Rosie.
to all. Jonathan. Jonathan.
Yes to all.
You're yes to all.
Yeah.
Aisha.
Yes to
Aisha.
all. Yes to all.
Yes to all. Rosie.
Yes to all. Thank you.
Yes to all. Is Paradise in?
I didn't know.
Okay. Bruce.
Yes to all.
Yes to all. Edda.
Abstain on 2, yes to the rest.
Abstain on 2, yes to the rest. Steve. Steve Simon.
Yeah, not voting on C because of my position with the Parks Department, and abstaining on number 2, voting yes on all others.
Voting on C, abstaining on 2, and yes to the rest?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Omar.
Abstaining on 2 and yes to the rest.
Abstain on 2, yes to the rest. Angel.
Yes to all.
Yes to all. Christopher. Is he in? Christopher Ventura?
He was there earlier.
I can't see both screens, so.
No, he's not here.
He's left.
Okay. Curtis. Curtis?
Curtis, have to mute yourself, man.
Curtis, you're on mute.
That was deliberate. Abstain on 2, yes to the rest.
Abstain on 2, yes to the rest. Eli?
Abstain on 2, yes to the rest.
Abstain on 2, yes to the rest. Did I miss anyone? Did I not call your name?
Hey, OC, it's Waldis.
Okay.
Yes to all.
Hold on a second. Yes to all. All right. Last call. Did I miss anyone? Did I not call your name and you're here? I guess no. Okay, Eli?
Okay, we're good? All righty, so we're gonna call the meeting for an adjournment. We all tired.
Yes, please, por favor.
So that means you seconded?
Seconded.
Great night, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
Oh my God.